Good morning, good morning, good morning. All right. Good morning. All right. Good morning, everyone. Samantha Dragonetti, links in the description for the music. This is one of my favorite ones. She just really oof. It hits, girl. It hits. Okay. Get that water, get that snack. Let's go ahead and have a conversation today. Shout out to the Discord. The hair is herring. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. We're just going to come out the gate. I did not listen in preparation for this. Actually, that's a lie. It wasn't even in preparation for this, but it was definitely inspired, right? By the fact that I did not sleep last night. I stayed up all night until I think it might have been 6 a.m., girl, finishing Vinland Saga. We're not going to talk about it, but we're going to talk about it, okay? And, I have a nice little first story for you. I'm going to take you on an adventure today, and I hope you enjoy it. Chat says, I don't know if anyone else, but I don't hear music while waiting for stream. It's because I do premieres, so there is no music for premieres. The video isn't playing. There is no video to play. Unless you're talking about, when you're waiting for, so some streamers, and I used to do this back in the day, I would start my actual stream, I would start the real stream for 10 minutes while I was getting ready, and I would have music playing. I don't do that anymore. It's kind of bad for the algorithm. And YouTube is confused by it because your video is playing but no one's there, or even though people are gathering, it's just a disadvantage to people. Putting an outro song is actually really bad for views and algorithms because it shows that people fall off the end of the video. So then YouTube says oh, I shouldn't promote this video. So basically, I do premieres, or not premieres. I do I forget what this actually called, but it's like a you know what I mean? Is a thing. Chet says, I thought you might be thinking there was music. No, but there is music when I come into stream, right? When you see my face for the first time, you hear music in the background, right? Like a waiting room. Yeah, it's like a waiting room. But you guys do hear the music, right? When I start stream, when I'm here, when I say good morning and stuff, you hear the music. That's what I mean when I say the music is linked in the description. Okay. Now, what we're going to do, I have Tao Te Ching out. Everyone get ready. Okay. I'm glad you heard it. Okay. Now, listen, okay? I put out a video yesterday. Many of you saw it. I clipped it after stream. And of course, we had the political people come into chat. Just a reminder of what I was frustrated with watching the Humanist Report, who I usually do like, and his response in defense of Kyle Kulinski. Here's an example, small example.
All of the triggered Republicans who are trying to cancel Kyle don't know that he actually earned lifelong immunity from cancellation on Twitter because of a tweet that he wrote about Nancy Mace back on December 10th of last year, where he astutely points out, that's a lot of beans, you nasty ass bitch.
Okay, and I am revoking your card to call women bitch. I'm just revoking it. Okay, I'm revoking it. You're not allowed to say it anymore. If you are a man and you specifically think you're progressive, you especially cannot be calling women bitch. I am revoking your bitch card, okay? Now, I put out this video, and of course, even though I disclaimer, it doesn't matter because people are so stuck, they cannot hear you, and bubbles are gonna bubble, humans gonna human, okay? And I had my comment section get kind of flooded with a few, flooded and a few in the same sentence here. People that were only 2 minutes in, but I already think you're missing the point. This is about political discourse and the hypocrites who exploit it. All through 2016, Trump kept teeing off on Hillary in every press engagement, and she would never meaningfully hit back because the Democrats are supposedly above mudslinging. Guys, the standard of expectation I have for you is not Democrats. Okay, I am not asking you to be as dirty and disgusting as Republicans. You can stand up for yourself and be strong without calling people slurs, okay? You can do this, I promise you. And I understand exactly how you're feeling. I understand because I've been there, I've been you. You think I don't know what it's like to want to punch back with a nice little zinger? I get it. It's not good. It's not good, okay? And then this person replied and goes, I agree. We go higher has been the attitude since '08. And look where we're at. Oh, yes, because being ethical and good and everything that we want to be was definitely the platform the Democrats ran on while they supported Israel's genocide of the Palestinians. Please be so for real. The Democrats have never attempted to actually be good people. Please be so fucking for real. They have never actually attempted to go higher. You cannot go higher and support a genocide. Okay? I'm talking about higher. I'm talking about actually standing up for what's right in the world. Okay? You cannot actually sit here and be like, the Democrats have been way too good. They're just so good. Girl, sit down. Somebody said here, okay, they are not advocating for bigotry. They're advocating for treating them as Nazis, the Nazis they are. We didn't win against the Nazis and Confederate slave owners by polite discussion we won by killing them until they gave up. Okay, first of all, you know nothing about history. It is such a child's view of any of these past situations to think that anyone did any of these things because they were simply good people. It was money, power, and status. You think we freed the enslaved people because we were good people? What were we doing all those years? We were ignoring the fact that they were enslaved. You think we entered Germany to save the Jews, or do you think we waited 5 fucking years before we got involved because it became an issue for us? Why are you acting like we did these things because we were simply good people? We weren't. We waited until it was, important for us. We waited till our dollar bill was threatened. We waited until it helped us. Stop selling yourself this fantasy that good people stood up against fascism and then fascism died. It's well and alive, girl, okay? And the premise of this sentence here, they're not advocating for bigotry. They're advocating for treating them as the Nazis they are. So to be clear, if they are a Nazi, I can call them a slur. Is that how it works? Is that the standard? If they are a Nazi, I can call them a slur. So got it. So now slurs for thee, but not for thee. Slurs for me, but not for thee, I guess. I don't know. Slurs for everybody, really. As long as a bitch crosses you, slurs for everybody, right? No, okay? No, like that's not the point, especially in this context. Now, I'm going to take you on a little adventure, okay? Again, this is a philosophy channel, okay? I want to give people tools that I don't think any of these men are capable of giving you. These men are trapped. Now, men under patriarchy, men not deconstructed. There are plenty of men, plenty of, gender fluid people, plenty of trans people, plenty of deconstructed people who can give you this. But these men who have not deconstructed cannot give you this. So, to reference Chao Te Ching, we want to understand that life is these tiny contradictions, paradoxical truths, right? Number 78, nothing is gentler than water, yet nothing can withstand its force. Likewise, nothing compares to the Tao. By it the weak defeat the strong, and the flexible conquer the rigid. Everyone knows this is true, but how few put it into practice. Monks and priests are often the worst sinners. Police officers and lawmakers are often the worst criminals. Truth is often paradoxical. So when you sit here and you're this man who's progressive and you're going to tell the Nazis, "Ooh, you go fuck yourself, Nazis, slur, 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 slur." This is the irony of your position, to claim you have the moral high ground, to say that you are ethically engaging in a way that it helps society, while engaging in the same thing that fucks society over in the first place. But okay, girl, you keep your slurs, okay? And just a reminder that I had this philosophical outlook before I finished the anime, but I have no enemies, okay? I will show you the first one in English and the second one in Japanese just to give you the satisfaction. Here we go. Whoop, that's the Japanese one, just kidding.
A sword is a tool meant to kill. Whose life do you intend to take?
Enemies.
Your enemies? Who are they?
Well, bad guys like Halfdan.
Listen to me, my son. You don't have enemies. The truth is that nobody has them. Nobody in this entire world deserves to get hurt. The reason I rely on a weapon like this is because I'm weak. One who's a great warrior doesn't need a sword.
Okay, that's your English of Vinland Saga. Here's your Japanese, girl. Feel it, girl. Okay? Do we understand? No one is my enemy. Thank you, Mabel, for the super chat. I swear it's always the same 10 voice actors. You know, girl, I always think that. And then I look it up and I swear to God, it's all different people, but they all have the most amazing way of voicing everything they do. I just love the voice actors in anime. Don't even get me started. You know, but let me tell you this, girls. This is the point of it. I know none of these men on the internet are consuming good art. I know they are not because it shows up in their work. Where is their reference to art? Where is the reference to philosophy? Where is the reference to goodness, to people? Where is it? It doesn't exist. They're too busy stroking their own egos and being hypocrites along the way, myself included, which is why I'm sitting here telling you we have to do something different. It's not working. J-Reg recently put out a video about how he talked to Atrioc, which I'm not a fan of, but okay. And he said something very specific in a very specific part of his video about Hassan and how Hassan reacted to J-Reg mentioning him. How J-Reg, who, disclaimer, I have talked to privately in the past and we have overlapped with our work in the past. How J-Reg, when he mentions the voice, like the names of streamers, just like they come swarming, like I've been mentioned, and they just like get off on this. They have like an addiction to streaming. They're not here for actually doing anything, but they act like they are. And listen, I say this with peace and love. The reason this is not a safe space for Republicans and conservatives to use my words against progressives is because at the end of the day, as much as I love being a progressive, and I do, we are so flawed. And if we think political progressive positions are the end of enlightenment, we're not even getting started, girls. Okay? Look at this video here.
Today is the last day.
So obviously Zoran won, which we love to see, but check this out. Last day of loving Zoran. Listen to this guy.
That I'm freely allowed to love Zoran Mandani because after tomorrow when he gets elected, I will have to start holding him accountable for everything that he's gonna start doing in the city. And you know, he's making it really hard, but I'm trying not to have a political crush on anyone because it's just like not a good thing to do. I need to like be critical and like, you know, make sure that he's actually doing good things for everyone in New York. But don't get me wrong, I'm really rooting for him and I really hope he becomes one of the best mayors. And I just have to come back to this video in 4 years to see what happened.
Exactly. Okay. So with peace and love, when I come for your favorites, it's my responsibility and my duty as a person to hold people accountable, especially with Hassan going around and telling people, oh, I'm just a streamer. I'm nobody. I'm just a streamer. Yeah, just like Charlie Kirk was a podcaster. Please stop pretending like you are just simply a streamer or a podcaster when you're impacting literal politics. When politicians are sitting down in front of you and having conversations with you, it is so irresponsible of you, right? Look at this. So here's Hassan. Okay, this just happened in NYC.
Things that I said. Yeah, like I regret things that I say, and I regret things that I will say in the future as well. I'm a human being, and I'm a Twitch streamer. I'm not a serious political operative by any metric. If Andrew Cuomo decides to present me as some sort of kingmaker, well, he's wrong. I'm just a regular ass dude. But that's probably the reason why I have 70,000 people watching right now, because people want to hear from regular ass dudes as opposed to more buttoned up commentary folk that don't actually represent the interests of everyday citizens. Do I regret things that I said? Yeah, like I regret things that I say, and I regret things that I will say in the future as well. I'm a human being, and I'm a Twitch streamer. I'm not a serious political operative by any metric. If Andrew Cuomo decides to present me as some sort of kingmaker, well, he's...
Okay, so it kind of repeats. So do you get what I'm saying? Like, Hassan shouldn't be allowed to say this, just like Charlie Kirk should have been allowed to say it. No, you are not just a guy. You are not just a guy with a stream. You're a guy who has 70,000 people watching you. You don't get to be just a guy anymore. And that's the point. Where is the sense of responsibility? Now, here's this part, just the simple part of J-Reg's video about Hassan that I want to point out. And then I'm going to show you something else.
The Hassan react. Me and Hassan were even mentioned in the same GQ article recently, where he said a guy watching me The fact that he watched me meant he was fried, which I have no, I can't argue with that, honestly. And then, of course, in order to explain the main rift on the left, the liberal versus left dichotomy, I have to talk about Israel-Palestine. Look, I don't know anything about Israel-Palestine. I get all my information about that through Hassan H3H3 Drama.
P.S. JREG is a very satirical, sarcastic creator. He does his real life channel, his satirical stuff. He's very satirical in everything he says.
There's like, there's Hassan Moss and H3 Israel or something. I don't really know. In this image, explaining this to Atriarch, I say that of these four characters, Hassan is the most tanky. And I did not expect the shitstorm to emerge from that statement. Again, it's like walking on a fucking minefield whenever you bring up any of these guys. All I said was, okay, Destiny is a liberal. H3 social democrat, mostly liberal. Yes, he's a Zionist. You know, the liberals are Zionists in this equation. That's just what happens most of the time. Now, dude, okay. Let me be really clear here, all right? I did not say if Hassan was a tanky or not, all right? I think people just heard what they wanted to hear because this is, okay, I swear to God, I feel way more confident talking about Israel-Palestine than I do H3 versus Hassan. That is, there's more lore to it. The entire history of Israel-Palestine, dating back to the foundation of Israel, has less lore than H3 Destiny and Hassan. And it's more polarizing, and there's more nuance, and it's less cut and dry. All I said was, of these four people, three of which are liberals or libertarian socialists, Hassan is the most tanky. He is the most approaching the red quadrant on the political compass. This is just true, but Hassan is the closest to a traditional communist of these four. And then somebody goes into Hassan's chat and says,
JREG went on Atriarch's stream and talked about the political compass, lumped you as only talking about Israel-Palestine for drama.
But of course, Hassan hears this and immediately tries really hard to resist calling me retarded. You can see the gears turning.
Yeah, I think he has a intellectual disability if he genuinely thinks that I only talk about Israel-Palestine for drama.
He just said mental disability. Like, you are calling me retarded. This is really a video about streamers, okay? And it's not about any particular streamer because I don't really hate any particular streamer as people. I think they're all fine. I've met a lot of them. I like a lot of them. But man, dude, streamers to me feel like caged animals. They're like dogs. They hate their chat so much because they attract just terrible people who have nothing to do with their lives besides watch them for 12 hours a day. And I kind of get why they hate their chat, but they're also like addicted to streaming. They're addicted to the validation of seeing the chat wheel go by. They're addicted.
He shares a tweet from Hassan from 2024 saying, I think streaming 8 hours of politics every day for the last 6 years straight may have fried a part of my brain. Yeah, no duh, bro. And that's the point. The point I'm trying to say is like, we have to hold ourselves to a higher standard, myself included. I've been calling people stupid and I'm like, maybe that's the wrong word. And my friends have been like, Britt, that's not the word. And I'm like, what is the word? So we've done uneducated, unintelligent. Like we've done all these words to figure out what to call people. I think I'm just going to say, you're wrong. Okay? I just think the safest way is to say, you're wrong. And we're going to leave it at that because we don't want to have to engage with ableism to call people out. And that's what Hassan did. Okay, no, we can't use ignorant. Ignorant's out. It's too racist. Okay, ignorant is deeply racist. We can't use it. Okay, it has to be like, and again, this is just for me at work. Like I, as a person in a position of power, not you with your friends, not you in your privacy of your homes, me at work. Hassan at work, streamer at work. I am not talking about regular ass people. You do you, girl. I'm talking about people who are showing up, people who are leading conversations, and not just in politics. Because I do philosophy, we have to have the conversation about showing up better. So again, like I'm not talking about you. Okay, I am in no way talking about you. Chet said ignorant is racist. Yes, ignorant is used towards, it has been used towards Black people, enslaved people, to demean them as like unable. So like, I don't want to use white supremacy dog whistles to talk about anyone, especially if I end up talking about a person of color and I say like, oh, you're ignorant. Like there's just too much racist undertones in that, right? Mabel with another super chat says these guys are like kids at the playground who whisper in your ear. He said your mom is fat just to rally you up and watch you fight each other. 100% girl. 100%. Like absolutely. That's what they want. That is what they want. The fans especially. That's why I say like be careful of the audience you build, because if you build an audience that doesn't have your best interest in mind, they will make you a lol cow, right? You also said creators think they are George Lucas. Hey, So okay, now what I want to show you, and this is what's important here, is that Hassan, by calling him like, oh, I think he has an intellectual disability, he knows that's not fucking true. He knows J-Reg's work. He knows that's not fucking true. So why would he say it? Because he thinks it's hurtful. Because he thinks he's getting a leg up. Because he doesn't care about the ableism, right? Like, again, when we have these conversations, we have to understand, like, these men tell themselves a story about how they are the heroes showing up to save everybody. Why do I tell you to deconstruct the myth of the hero? Because it's a patriarchal concept, so mid-men can feel good about themselves, okay? Mediocre men feel good about themselves by showing up and saying, look at me, I'm saving you. I'm such a hero, okay? All of these men give BoJack in different ways. Pause. Let me just, okay, if you've heard the song going viral on TikTok, sit down, relax if you haven't. It's a vibe. And if you've seen BoJack, this is going to hit even harder, girl. If you've seen BoJack, this is about to hit, okay? Sit back, relax. Oof, that ending scene, God forbid she shows emotion, and showing his mom as a little girl holding her lobotomized or being with her lobotomized mother, who was lobotomized for being hysterical, that her brother was killed in the war. Yeah, good times, huh? Okay, so what I am trying to say with all of this is, as much as these men want to show up and tell themselves they are the hero, they're upholding patriarchy, using slurs to do it, and calling themselves your heroes. And I understand slurs are a part of culture. Slurs come from culture. Slurs are reclaimed. It's not about eradicating slurs. It's about knowing when to use them. And in no way does it make sense for a man who's in a position of power, who's supposed to be a leader, to show up on the internet and call a woman a bitch. So I'm not talking to minority communities that are reclaiming slurs. I'm not talking about what you and your friends talk about when you're making jokes with each other. I am talking about people who want attention, who are trying to talk about the most serious things happening in the world, showing up and having the audacity with their full chest to call a woman a bitch. No. You might as well start calling every minority a slur, because it's interesting that you feel so confident to call a woman a bitch. I would love to see you call a different minority a different slur, but you would never dare. And that's where the patriarchy and misogyny comes in, because only a misogynist would feel so fucking emboldened. And this state of the world, calling yourself a progressive and calling a woman a bitch. You would never dare do that to another minority, except I guess in Kyle Kulinski's case, he does like to call people the R word. So I guess two communities are getting hit. Okay? But you would never do that. And that's the point. It is, even on this stream, the fact that we banned the R word before the B word, myself, I need to deconstruct my internalized misogyny, my toxic masculinity, being raised as a boy in the world. Okay? So that's why I say, get ready, girls. Bitch is about to be, it's about to be banned from this stream. Especially since I can't trust anyone here on the internet, men, to use that word appropriately. Okay? And I understand in safe spaces, it's a safe space. But the internet, this stream is too public for it to be a safe space. Okay? It's different if we're in closed communities, okay, with our friends who are vetted, or our community that's vetted. But here on this stream, where anybody and their mother can show up and be here, we have to signal the right things to a lot of people. Okay? So again, I'm not coming for you in your homes. I'm not telling you what to say with your friends. I'm telling you as people, okay, who have a position in society. And Hassan has got to stop. He's got to stop saying, I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy. You're not just a guy. And if you were just a guy, you'd take a day off. If you were just a guy, you wouldn't be so obsessed. If you were just a guy, you'd actually like hang out with your family and friends and take a vacation. You're not just a guy, are you? You're not just a guy. No regular dude gets to sit down with Bernie and AOC. No regular guy, okay, is in these spaces. Stop calling yourself. Take responsibility for the position of power that you are upholding. And stop trying to, have it, your cake and eat it too. You can't. You cannot have your cake and eat it too, girl. Make a decision, okay? Charlie Kirk was not just a podcaster. Turning Point is in your children's schools. Hassan is not just a dude. He's the loudest and best microphone that the left has right now, and that's how sad the state of the world is. Okay? Okay, that's my opening monologue this morning. What are your thoughts? Tell me. Thoughts? Chet says, no man is using the B word the same way me and my queer friends do. Well, that's the thing, is like, I really believe in the deconstructed male perspective. So I do think men, trans or cis or whoever, man, can deconstruct in order to use the word in a safe space. The dilemma is that I have to trust that you understand that you're not using it with any sort of venom or realness, or because words are constructs. So I'm okay deconstructing a word. I'm not saying like words should be banned. I'm saying words should be considered. Words are actions. You need to be considerate of your action, and words are actions. So before you make an action, you better be thinking about, the situation and the context. And I'm not saying this as somebody who hasn't been there before. I'm saying I've been there. It wasn't working, girl. We got to change it. Okay, we got to do something different. This isn't good enough. This standard isn't good enough. And we have to be very careful. You know what I mean? And so again, I'm not asking for perfection. I'm asking for consideration. I'm asking you to pause and consider what this means when you say these things in this context, and how is it justified within your moral framework? Okay? So again, I am not telling you what to say. I'm telling you to think about what you're saying. Just like you and other people have told me throughout my life, hey, Britt, think about what you're saying. Hey, great point. I should be thinking about what I'm saying. Okay? Chet says, I think you're a trailblazer. I don't know if you're talking about me, but I hardly think I'm a trailblazer. But I will say that I might be the only person in this space that is having this conversation in this way, that talks about boys as much as anybody else. I don't know. A lot of the girls in this space, no judgment. A lot of the women in this space, a little gay judgment, but not real judgment, align themselves with the boys. And I don't blame them because they're in a boy space. But I even think Francesca using the word bitchuation room for her podcast or her show was wrong. It is wrong to use a slur as the name of your show, which will invite people to use that word as if it's normal. Same with T.S. Madison using F-talk, the gay slur, F-talk. I understand when we're with each other and in our communities and it's safe, but you are making a public show that is inviting listeners to then reference the name of the show and say the word as a part of the reference to the show. And so again, like, I don't want to give them a chance to justify using the word, because what? It's just, it means female dog. What? I'm just calling her a female dog. I'm just saying, it's just a word. Yeah, it is just a word until it's not just a word. Just like any word is. Anything is just a word. My heart goes out to you used to be just a way to say nice things. Now, it might be a Nazi dog whistle. Words are constructs, and constructs change. Okay? So that's the point. Okay? Now, again, I don't want to sit here and, take all the credit for all of this, whatever. It's more like I'm sharing the thoughts I've learned from other people as well. I mean, any of the philosophers you can reference, bell hooks or anyone else who's talking about abuse and love, relationships and structures. Like, we can talk about so many amazing minds who have come together before me. The art I even showed you to start off this video. These are ideas that have been put into the world. Me reading Tao Te Ching before we started. We know for a fact that we are in cycles we repeat cycles. History doesn't repeat itself, humans repeat history. So this isn't about Britney. It's about us, like, having every generation of going like, wait a second, we have to do something else. Wait a second, we should do something else. And look, I'm going to talk about it because people in my comment section were like, Brittany, Brittany doesn't know what she's talking about. There's a white woman in blackface on the internet right now. We're going to talk about her. And we're going to talk about redemption, not for the lady in blackface, for us as a community. Because once again, if we allow the most disgusting parts of society turn us into disgusting people, then what chances do we even have at redemption? Okay, we're going to talk about Uncle Iroh, we're going to talk about redemption, and we're going to talk about how deconstruction is a skill. You have to practice this skill, okay? Are you Zuko season 1 or Zuko book 4? Okay, book 1 Zuko, book 4 Zuko. Because some of y'all are, Zuko book 2 and you feel like it's good enough. It's not, girl. Book 4, okay? I just feel like we cannot sit here and tell us like the world is ableist, the world is transphobic, the world is racist, and then sit here and be like, but not me. I'm not the one. Cutie Cinderella, I'm not racist. Everybody else is racist. These men are probably like, I'm not misogynistic. These men are misogynistic. But if you were raised in misogyny, if you're raised in white supremacy, and you have not deconstructed, then how do you know? How can you know? You need to give me 5 examples of you doing a racist. I'm not saying you are racist, but you've probably done a racist in your life. You've probably done a misogynist. You've probably done a transphobe. You've probably done a lot of things. Just own it so we can move on. Because you will do it. And you will continue to do it just like I will. Which is why we have to be like, oh, how hard is it to be a good person? Very hard. How hard is it to die a good person? Incredibly hard. Yes, thank you, chat. Why am I so bad at being good? The best quote out of Avatar: The Last Airbender. Why am I so bad at being good? Because it is really, 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 really fucking hard. That's why that scene in Avatar: The Last Airbender where they forgive Zuko and then he betrays them one last time hits so realistic. Realistically, it takes a lot of work to embody change. And so for Zuko to think he's changed and then betray them at the last minute, and then finally towards the end of the series really embody that deep change, ooh, that's the realistic part of a human journey. Humans don't change the first time. It usually takes a few times of trying, Chet says, is being derogatory always wrong no matter what? Again, how are you showing up? Again, what is the context? Again, my content, my statement here is for people who are public figures. I am talking to coworkers, peers, people in this space. I'm talking to myself. I'm talking about this idea that these are people who are in positions of power and leadership, who are, got 70,000 people watching them. Okay, 10,000 people, 20,000 people, 50,000 people watching them, right? The context has to change. Okay? And again, we're not trying to be conservative. My mother would always say, oh, Betty, don't say bitch. It's so disgusting towards women. But then she would go vote for Trump, who's a rapist. Don't talk to me about being disgusting towards women. See how you don't get to take the moral high ground? You cannot vote for Trump and then talk about women. Oh, saying bitch is so hurtful. Okay, well, voting for a rapist is a little bit worse, I think, in this situation. So again, we want to be centered with our joy, and we want that to show up in our work. We want our work to be a reflection of our joy. We want the world to be a reflection of our joy. The world is a reflection of us as a whole. None of us are exempt from the responsibility of how we show up. Now, if you want to take what I'm saying and attach it to your personal life, maybe you're a teacher, maybe you're a scout leader, maybe you're a person in a position of power, maybe you're a parent or an auntie or an uncle, a neighbor, an elder, you can take this and utilize it in that sense. I think this also applies to sort of our daily life in that sense. But I think, again, it's about how do we want to show up? If my teenage niece or nephew comes to me and goes, oh, Auntie Brittany, my dad never let me cuss. Can I cuss in your house? I'd be like, sure, but watch your language. Well, what do you mean, Auntie Brittany? You can cuss, but watch your language. Make it make sense, right? So if my nephew or niece or whatever, whoever comes to me and goes like, she's such a stupid bitch, I'd be like, ooh, what do we mean by that? What do we mean by that? You know what I mean? What do you mean by that? Or if they're like, oh, fuck, this salad is really spicy, I'd be like, okay, fuck spicy salad, it's fine. But what do you mean she's a dumb bitch? Can we deconstruct what this means for you? because it didn't just come out of anywhere. You used it for a reason. Oh, it felt good. I really liked saying it. Why did you like saying it? I don't know. It just made me feel really powerful. Where do you think that comes from? Let's talk about it. We're not thinking. Same for the people who are like, oh, I don't say those words. Oh, I never say those words. Why not? Why don't you say those words? What are you afraid of? You know, what about those words are you avoiding? Why are you avoiding those words? I remember one time when we were really young, we were waiting for a movie premiere, probably for Pokemon or something. And my little sister at the time, she could read and she was young and somebody had written fuck on a leaf, on a plant, literally. And she reads it. She goes, F-U-C-K, fuck. And I was like, oh, and I looked at her and my brother was like, hey. And I was like, where'd you learn that word? She goes, it's on this plant. And I was like, holy fuck. I was like, yeah, you can't say that. Why not? It's just not a good word. It's like, yeah, that's not really explaining to her the social context and situations she might find herself in which people do not just casually say fuck, especially when they're young. You know what I mean? So it's like, but I remember all of us being like, whoa, you know, it's like a big deal. But we have to be, you know, thoughtful, and we have to tell people why we're being thoughtful. Okay, I'm sick of seeing teenagers especially run around attacking elders, cursing at elders, calling them slurs, you know, feeling indignant, boys, you know, yelling at women, calling them a bitch. Hello? Where do you think they're hearing it from? Your streamer language is infiltrating young people's brains, and they are enacting that language. They're using that language against elders in their communities, teachers and counselors and, you know, parents. You have to decide, especially as a streamer, okay, are you just a guy? Or are you a person who has 100,000 people watching you right now? Because that is no joke. And you know what's so frustrating is how many times in my life I have been lectured over the amount of power I have as a content creator when I have less than 200 people watching me right now. These men have literally 70,000 people. Hassan said 70,000 people were watching him. That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry. What's happening here? What standard are we holding ourselves to? And again, I think under patriarchy, I fall for it myself. We tend to hold women more accountable because we expect better from them. And that is not something we can be doing. Talk about weaponized incompetence. I'm just a guy, bitch. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Okay, let's move on. Now, Chet says, you look slay today. Can we get a fit check? Oh, sure. Oh my God. A model for you. Okay. All right. Boom, baby. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love this jumpsuit. Honestly, it's like my favorite. It really is. It's like my favorite. And it has pockets. Yes, it has pockets. Now that is liberation. Pockets in women's clothes, guys. Can we talk about it? You want to hear patriarchal bullshit? Pockets in women's clothing. The fact that we all go crazy for pockets in our clothes should tell you how deep patriarchy runs. Okay? Crazy. Chet says, do you have any photos of your back tattoo? I think I have some on Instagram at this point. It is a very old tattoo. I got it when I was 18. I got it 18 years ago. Yeah, I think I do definitely have some back tattoos on my Insta. And you guys should check out, you know what? You should check out my Instagram because I literally just posted pictures of my vegan gumbo. Y'all, it was good. Y'all, it was fucking good. Also, I need you to know how out of breath I am right now because that's fucking, I'm telling you, fibro, long COVID, who knows? I can't believe walking a little, that's why I struggle to walk. I am literally out of breath from walking 5 steps to show you my jumpsuit. Don't get COVID, kids. Don't get COVID. It's crazy. Oh my God. That gumbo came out good though. It's because you were twerking. Honestly though, woo, I can't believe it. Like, Discord. Stop. So funny. And again, like, I think this conversation is so hard because when we're having it, people are like, but what about when I'm with my besties? Girls, I don't care what you do when you're with your besties. You know what I mean? Chad says that was not a walk. Literally, we're throwing it all the way back. Well, thank you. It's a little, it's my little, you know what it actually, do you know what it, it's my stim. It's what I do all the time. I just like, because I saw this girl do it and I was like, I'm gonna learn how to do this. And I just stim like that all the time. My partner will come around a quarter and I'm just like, no. It's just like, it's very, especially when you have big thighs and a big butt, it's very satisfying to do the jiggle. You know what I'm saying? It feels so satisfying as like something to do. Like flapping my arms is too painful. Even though I do that sometimes, it's too painful. It stimulates my fibro. But yep, just sitting there. Anyways. Discord, stop. I'm dead, bro. True. Okay. Bro. Chad says, long COVID. Girl, did you know cats and dogs get complications from COVID? Honestly, bro. I wonder if Indiana, bro. Seriously, I don't even know. I did not, I wasn't sure. I had heard that some issues were happening, but I wasn't sure how bad it would be. But I'll just tell you this, like, ever since I got COVID, that's why I'm so self-conscious of like how I breathe on stream, but I can't help it. I literally can't breathe. Like I cannot breathe. And it's, even my in-laws are like, hey, are you okay? And I was like, ever since I got COVID, I just cannot breathe. It's really real. It's really real. Don't get COVID, kids, get vaccinated. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. Can we talk about Mormons? I just want to show you this bubble because I think it's really interesting. By the way, I have a beautiful setup for us today. Just an absolute fire setup for us today. Every story connects. Okay, so this next story, there's this Mormon, I just didn't know anything about this. So you know how they have special garments? They release the garments and people wait in line to get their Mormon garments. Okay, so here's some videos we can watch on it so we understand.
Mormon underwear recently changed to be slightly more revealing, and this has created a literal black market for the skimpier version of the underwear. Most worthy Mormon adults wear special religious underwear essentially 24/7. And so when I was a Mormon adult, I wore this as underwear underneath my pajamas and to work. As you can tell from the top of the garment, you really couldn't get away with wearing a tank top, even something like this you couldn't wear with the religious underwear. You basically had to wear either short sleeves or longer. Tank tops were so villainized in my Mormon childhood that you can find little Mormon ads like this, which literally say that you should not be wearing a tank top. Advertisements like this are why it's so ironic and kind of frustrating to see that now the Mormon church is allowing women who wear garments to also be able to finally wear tank tops. Here's the catch though, the new tank top garments aren't available in the US yet. They're only available in hotter climates like Brazil and some parts of Africa. And so this is where we get the black market. As you can see from these screenshots, women are literally taking to social media to look for connections of people who can go to these countries and purchase the tank top garments and send them back to the United States. They're literally looking for a black market hookup that will allow them to wear skimpier clothing.
Okay, I'm learning so much. I did not realize this. I did not understand because, I'd been watching the Mormon Wives show and they talked about their special underwear. And I understood it as a concept, but I never really got it until this. Okay, check this out.
As a Mormon, I was taught that wearing special underwear that looks like this was essential for me to have a close relationship with Jesus Christ. Well, now make fun of what Muslims wear. Oh, well, I was raised Mormon and I served a Mormon mission and I got married in a Mormon temple. How come you never mock Jewish people? Let's see what happens then. This is all coming from very personal experience. I was never Jewish, I was never Muslim, I was raised Mormon, and I don't really agree that sharing personal experiences from my childhood is mocking, and criticism is not the same as disrespect. Only Mormons get persecution like this. I've never even heard of someone identifying as an ex-Catholic. There are ex-members of basically every religion that create content that educates about and criticizes their former faiths. You just don't see it because the algorithm knows you're only interested in Mormons. You would get canceled if you said things like this about any other religion. Thank you so much for all your comments. Your engagement is really boosting my content.
Literally, this could have been my mother. This literally could have been my mother. You know, Betsy, nobody ever makes fun of Muslims or Mormons or Jews. Everyone always makes fun of Catholics. Mom, I make fun of Catholics because I'm a former Catholic. Why would I make fun of Muslims? I was never Muslim. And she's like, but nobody would dare. Nobody would ever make fun of a Muslim. I was like, you obviously don't follow ex-Muslims. And also, Muslim people make fun of each other all the time. That's the point. Your algorithm feeds you what you want to see. So you never understand that we're all doing the same thing, girl. There is no difference between Muslims and Catholics. Literally everyone's the same. Every rebellious queer Muslim teenager is sitting there being like, Mom, I want to watch RuPaul's Drag Race. And she's just like, haram, no, I don't want you to watch this. And then it's a fight. You know what I mean? Just like in my household, I was like, I want to watch Ellen. And she's like, you can't watch Ellen. She's a lesbian. Okay. I need you to get over it. It's literally the same. You act like Muslim households are somehow different. It's the same. Same stories. We're all doing this. We're all having, you guys, I hate to tell you this, you have had 0 unique experiences. Nothing about your life is unique or special. You have 0 unique experiences. 0. There is 0 unique experiences. We are all having the same experiences, just different categories. Whatever category you fall into, you're having an experience you're sharing with billions of other people. You are not unique. Nothing you experience is special. Congratulations. Welcome to the world. Okay, welcome to being a biological creature on a planet. Thank you. Next Mormon video.
Changing the style of their garments to allow shoulders to be shown. Did God change his mind or what? So why are all the ex-Mormons up in arms about this? As 8-year-olds, we were told we were temptations to men because we were sluts back in the day if our shoulders showed. What we wore sent a message, and it can't be the wrong one. And wearing something like this was immodest, and it was included in that temptation and counted toward your worthiness and respect towards God. It was quite a big deal. We were reprimanded for that shit. Shamed, scolded.
Okay, first of all, I would never be able to wear this shirt now in front of my parents because her boobies are showing a little bit. So you see this one? Too low. You see it's too low. I could never, when I wear this shirt, if I wear this to my parents' house, I usually wear a shirt underneath it. So for all the Catholics that are like, oh, at least we're not Muslims. At least we're not, Jewish people who have to wear a wig, to hide their real hair. At least we're not this. Like, y'all are so strict. Why are you even playing with me right now? Okay, y'all are so strict. I don't even know why you're playing with me right now. Okay, and that's the point. Like, they don't think of themselves as strict because, they don't make you wear a burqa. Okay, not a lot of people are wearing burqas either. I don't know why you're acting like the burqa is so popular. You know what I mean? Like, hijabs are much more normalized, and a lot of, don't be silly. Don't be silly, okay?
And now it's changed. Now they're
Oh yeah, chat says, what about the Catholics' veil? Oh, Latin Mass Catholics wear a veil over their head so they don't tempt men with their hair. Oh, but when they do it, it's stylish. Oh, when they do it, it's like cute. Oh, but when Muslim girls wear hijab, like, oh, please, shut up.
Gaslighting. It was never doctrine. Even though every young girl was taught this, and they literally designed the garments that way. I hope people think twice about this. I feel like the current boomer members are going to feel a lot of shame if they try to wear it. Like, why for 70 years was I not allowed to show my shoulders, but all of a sudden, it's fine? The OGs remember the original teachings about modesty, that we would become pornography for showing our shoulders and such. We remember, and we will continue to tell the truth.
My mom would say, leave something up to your husband's imagination.
But honestly, that's very dumb of the church. How many times can you change the rules before people start questioning what's the point? Like, wait, did God ever really care? God's like, you know what? I've changed my mind. It's getting hot down there on hell. Earth. Here's another half-inch, girl. Just kidding, your worthiness doesn't depend on your shoulders showing or not. I never said that. Not to mention, this is also a cash grab by the church. The church is a multi-billion-dollar organization. They could easily give them away for free. Also, as a member, you pay...
They make you pay?
10% of your income every month. You would think they get them for free. No, they have to pay. Perfect business plan, actually.
What? That's so fucked up. Okay, let me show you. So this is a Catholic veil. Okay, this is what Catholics wear at traditional masses. You usually have to go to like a Catholic mass or a pretty traditional church to wear a veil. Like I did not grow up wearing a veil, but but some people I know like prefer it. Like my sister-in-law, my mother will wear it at special events, or some people prefer it. It's beautiful, by the way. I love a Catholic veil for church. Like, I think it's a vibe, right? I think it's really beautiful. But I also think hijabs are really beautiful. I think the difference is that, like, I don't pick and choose which one I like better. I just think it's all kind of pretty. And I feel like you're being weird by not just acknowledging that's pretty, and it's the same thing. You know, it's just a way to be modest. It's just so interesting that Catholics are like modesty, 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 but the hijab is going too far. What? Like, look, again, I'm not pro-patriarchal religions, period. But I will not have one patriarchal religion lecturing another, especially when it comes to women. Okay? And I guarantee you, in a non-patriarchal world, if a world was run by women, we would be wearing burqas for social anxiety. We would be wearing hijab just because it's cute. We would be dressing modestly because it slays. We would also be dressing in other ways as well. The idea is that we would enjoy these things if it didn't come with the heaviness and the burden of what it means. The last thing I want to do is be modest and have a man say, oh, I love a modest girl. Ugh, I'm about to be naked in these streets, bro. I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for me. See, when I do it for me, slay. When you think I'm doing it for you, ugh, gross. You ruin it. You make it, you literally ruin it. Stop talking. It's not for you.
I feel like this might be a little controversial, but something about the new garments like irks me. Like, you're telling me that 3 years ago that I would go over to somebody's house wearing a tank top and their parents would be like judging me, like, and now that same parent is in line waiting for the new garments, like, and I've grown up Mormon my whole life, so like it's all of Utah. Like, you're getting judged by parents constantly because of what you're wearing, and now you're telling me that it's literally October and they're waiting in line for the new garments. Like, make it make sense. Like, that doesn't make sense.
Okay, so her comment section is interesting where they're like, it's almost like all the rules are made up. As an ex-Mormon, you're almost there, girl. Keep questioning everything. And it's like, she's learning and everyone's like so excited. She's like maybe deconstructing, right? Chet says, I respect the Amish so much for not fucking with technology and social media. I don't know if that's a joke, but I hope not. I hope it is a joke because like there are so many negative things about that. Social media is the most beautiful, one of the greatest things that's ever happened to humanity. You were literally talking to this. Okay, it's a joke. Okay, because like, girl, and the Amish, they have a lot of fucking problems because they're not exempt. Wait, have you watched the Amish people videos? Have you watched the ex-Amish talk about the abuse in the Amish communities and how fucked up it is over there? The abuse gets hidden because no one's fucking with them, so they get to hide it better. That's what I'm saying. But I love the fact that this comment section is like, deconstruct. You're so close, girl. Deconstruct. And that's the point. This is the beginning of the question. The beginning of the question is, hold up. So did God just like not account for the future? That was one of my very first questions when I was a teenager. I remember being like 15 and being like, hold up. So God can see the future and the end, right? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, so why didn't he account for like the modern world? And they're like, wait, what do you mean? And I was like, well, if these were God's rules before, but we've been changing them as we've like progressed into modern, like, you know, existence, why didn't God account for that? And they're like, he did by making Peter the Pope. And so the Pope updates as the world updates. I'm like, okay, yeah. So the Pope, he's in the know. And they're like, yeah, he knows God's wishes. I'm like, yeah. So like, how does that work though? Like, does he get a call or like, and I'm like a teenager. I'm like a little confused. And I remember when I was going to go get confirmed, I was like, I don't want to do this. This feels bad. My mom made me do it anyway, because of course for her, it's like your soul is on the line, because once you're confirmed, like once a Catholic, always a Catholic, baptized and confirmed. Oh girl, you're locked in spiritually. You're trapped, girl. You can't get out. Right. And so there's like there's always that first question you have when you're deconstructing, or that first question you have. And again, deconstruction is to pull it apart. Imagine somebody gives you I don't know, a painting with a hidden message in it. But to get to the hidden message, you have to deconstruct the painting. You have to take the painting apart to see the hidden elements. That's what deconstruction is. Deconstruction is seeing it, the details, so you can really understand it. And that is a skill. We're going to get to that. We're going to get to the video that talks about it being a skill. Okay, that is a skill. We have to practice that. We have to say, like, hold on. That's why when you remember when the Epstein files first started circulating and Republicans would be like, what if there's a Democrat on there? Go ahead, girl, take them all down. Because they exist in a world where they think we would never believe if a Democrat's on that list. But they've never met a progressive. We're like, of course a Democrat's on that list. Take them all down, baby. We don't give a fuck. We don't give a fuck what party you're a part of. If you're on that goddamn list, you're out. I'm not about to make excuses for my, you know what I mean? I'm not even a Democrat. That's the point. They don't even get it. You know, I am literally a registered Democrat because I had to register to vote. But like, that's not the point. The point is that I don't identify as a Democrat, okay? But like, that's what I'm trying to make people understand is like, yes, there are like the people in my comments that are like, why are you coming for Kyle Kulinski? Those are Democrats. The people in my comment section, they're like, we can't just be nice to Nazis. It doesn't matter how you treat the Nazi. What matters is what comes out of your goddamn mouth while you're treating the Nazi. Why are you evoking racism or misogyny because it's at a Nazi? You're still evoking the words. That's the point. You're still saying the words. It's like, I get to be racist or homophobic because it's a Nazi? No, that's not how that works, okay? Chat says, girl, not to take away from what you're saying, but like, what if the artist used that color simply because they liked it, not because they were implying something? Wait, which one? Wait, what did I say? Hold on. Wait, which one? What did I say? Tell me. What did I say? Oh, the artist. Like the artist has a hidden, like the painting has a hidden message in it. You were talking about deconstructing. Well, I mean, in my example, that there literally would be a message in the painting. Like you know, there's a message in the painting, right? So it's like, so, you know, obviously, I'm sure, like you said, maybe there isn't one. Right. But for the context of this conversation, I mean, you would know there's literally a message, right? So, because I'm trying to give you an example of how to deconstruct, right? But also, like, can you make art without meaning? And if you do, like, what is it at that point? Like, maybe, I don't know, right? Chat says I was just being salty. Hey, you know, because like, again, maybe the artist would deconstruct, how did I create something by not having meaning behind it? That happens. But then that could be deconstructed. What does it mean to make art if it has no meaning? Okay, refresher. Let's take a reset.
Look at this outfit. This says cry for help. Can I say something? I don't want you to.
Yo, is that not the best cosplay?
Look at this outfit. This says cry for help.
And then look, that's the Bulma I have as my emoji. Look, it's the same Bulma.
Can I say something? I don't want you to.
That's the same Bulma. That's the Bulma I have in chat. It's so good. Okay. Oh, don't we feel good? Don't we feel relaxed? Wasn't that so fun? That was so cute. Okay, are you ready? I'm so sorry. We're about to go into some hard topics right now. Okay, girl? Okay, ready? Oh, wait, Discord said this. They're doing the meme I sent a while ago. What the author meant, what your English teacher thinks the author meant. You know, for instance, the curtains were blue when your teacher thinks the curtains represent his immense depression and his lack of will to carry on. What the author meant, the curtains were fucking blue. Hey, maybe. Hey, maybe. Okay, ready? Let's talk about it. Julia Fox was in the news because for Halloween, she once again proves she is not the hero y'all are making her out to be. I am not a fan of Julia Fox. I just featured her in my recent podcast. If you haven't seen it, please go check it out. She went as Jackie Kennedy for Halloween. Here's the costume. I'm not amused. I liked the way this TikToker ran through the story. This is Jordy. Let's go ahead and listen to him tell us what's up.
Julia Fox is Jackie Kennedy for Halloween. More specifically, Jackie Kennedy immediately after her husband was assassinated next to her.
I'm Julia Fox, and tonight I am Jackie Onesti. Tonight I'm serving bloody diva single mom who's about to cash that check.
Listen, I love Julia Fox, and I am somebody that can appreciate dark humor and is not easily offended by certain things, but the blood was a little bit too much. I know it's been over 60 years, but this is a very real event that happened, and there's also many Kennedys that are still living. Not to mention, political assassinations are still very much happening right now. Maybe it's too soon to tell, but I do not foresee the public reception of this to go over very well for Julia Fox. At the same time, as somebody that has followed Julia Fox for years, I do not think that she is going to give one fuck about this. Oh, Julia.
She did indeed give zero fucks about this. And worse, the statement she put out is so obnoxious. This is her Instagram. Okay, this is her costume. She put out a statement. Jordy did a really good job of running through the statement. Listen, chat says she's so problematic, but she's absolutely stunning. First of all, she's not problematic. She's a bad person. She is more bad than good. I'm pretty sure she's like 70-30. This woman, yes, I love her fashion takes. I love her aesthetic. I think she's beautiful. She's a bad person, like Kim Kardashian. And she just did a deal with the Kardashians, funny enough. They're all just bad people. Are they beautiful? Yes. Do they have fashion? Like, yes. They're just bad, though. Okay, they're capitalistic, they're ruthless, they're unethical. They all use Kanye. Okay, they all interacted. Julia literally got with Kanye at the height of his Nazism. At the height of his bullshit. She was like, I'm trying to save Kim from Ye. No, you were not, girl. Okay, you saw an opportunity and you ran with it. 30 days, you were the it girl. Okay, and it helped you move into fame. She was like kind of a local New York kind of like person. She had like kind of like local, you know, maybe it was in the bar scenes, was like in the club scenes. She had like a sugar daddy. If you read her book is just basically like a main character villain explaining to everyone why she's the hero. Hate it. I hated the book, hated her, just did not like it. Not like didn't hate her as like even a consciousness, just like as a person in the story. Just like did not enjoy who she was in the story. You know what I mean? So it's just like, it's really gross. Look at her excuse and her reasoning for doing the costume.
Julia Fox has since addressed her controversial Halloween costume, and this is what she had to say about it. She says, I'm dressed as Jackie Kennedy in the pink suit, not as a costume, but as a statement. When her husband was assassinated, she refused to change out of her blood-stained clothes, saying, I want them to see what they've done. The image of the delicate pink suit splattered with blood is one of the most haunting juxtapositions in modern history. Beauty and horror, poise and devastation. Her decision not to change clothes, even after being encouraged to, was an act of extraordinary bravery. It was performance, protest, and mourning all at once. A woman weaponizing image and grace to expose brutality. It's about trauma, power, and how femininity is a form of resistance. Long live Jackie O. Now, this is far different from her original explanation in the moment.
I'm Julia Fox, and tonight I am Jackie O Nasty. Tonight I'm serving bloody diva single mom who's about to cash that check.
At the end of the day, only Julia knows what her true intentions are. I just don't believe that it's going to land the way that she hoped it would.
Girl. Now, when we talk about redemption, and I think everyone could be redeemable, these are the people you do not give your energy to. Because given opportunity after opportunity, they do not redeem themselves. They pretend they do, and people give them the social credit of doing that. And I know a lot of girlies really identified with Julia, and I feel you and I empathize with you. But obviously, she hasn't learned the lesson. So I hope that even though you identified with a part of her toxicity, I hope you also grow past her. Okay? Because she's obviously not healing. She's not getting better. She's not doing well, right? Okay, Chad says, so if somebody cosplayed Mr. Neck, then the left would be wrong. Yes, cosplaying as Charlie Kirk would have been crazy. It would have been super fucking crazy. It would have been deeply unethical. Yeah. Nice try, buddy. You want to get banned for your silly little comment? It's deeply unethical. There is no reason to dress up as Charlie Kirk. There's just zero fucking reason. And any way to help society, and any way to bring society, not to mention that I'm that woke friend that isn't a fan of Halloween, given how ableist it is, given that you dress up as people who are disabled or disfigured and you call it scary and spooky. So yeah, I am that woke friend that's a big fan of deconstructing Halloween altogether. The way y'all make disabled people scary and call it a costume, I'm over it. I'm fucking over it, okay? So, yeah, you can't cosplay as Charlie Kirk either. It's bullshit, okay? And you can't, Neil Patrick Harris do an Amy Winehouse cake after 3 months after she's dead and eat from her dead body. No. Y'all are morbid and gross. Okay? You are not liberated. You are not meditating. You are absolutely gross. And to have a larger conversation about other people using Halloween in the worst way absolutely possible, and in no way are seeking redemption or about to find it, girl. We still have to be right and do the right thing, even if they won't. Again, dying a good person is very hard. So this is this other woman, you know her, and I just need to put out a huge trigger warning, especially for the my parts of my Black community here. Girl, I am just warning everybody ahead of time. It is so fucking racist. It is so fucking disgusting. It is so fucking gross that I genuinely don't understand how she exists as a person. I am so deeply befuddled by this woman's existence. Like, I just need you to know it's really bad. And we're watching a Black man deconstruct it, so that way we can have a conversation using him as the highlight. But just, I need you to know it's bad. It's a bad video. But I need you to understand that my brain breaks watching this woman. Like, this is so beyond rage bait. There's something pathological about this woman. There is something like someone diagnosed this girl. Because this isn't just some guy who thinks he's so funny on Fox News. She did this. And she has like a mixed or a brown or a Black child. I heard she has like a child who's brown. Like, just think about that. Process that information. This is someone's mother. Okay? So I didn't want to originally cover this because I thought it would give her attention, but I want to cover it within the context of redemption. Because holy shit, do these people, they're not going to do it. They're not even going to want to remember. We don't redeem people. People redeem themselves. Okay? Let me say that again. I need you to hear it. We as a society cannot redeem people. They have to redeem themselves. This woman will never redeem herself, because what kind of a person would it take to be this person? This is genuinely so disgusting. Okay, there, I've warned you. Ready? Okay.
You're a nigga. Okay, never forget that. We got motion, nigga. We got motion and shit. Oh, I already can feel the inner chimp coming out. I can already feel my ancestors, the apes, coming out.
Oh, don't worry. I'm going to show you a lot more.
For the record, this is Con Skywalker. I'll go ahead and link his TikTok after.
Just a quick disclaimer. Every time a word is bleeped out, it's one of the hardest R's I've ever heard. Y'all know the GTA 5 NPCs, you walk past them and they say some really off the wall shit like, so I told the bitch, she smelled like bedazzled pussy, cigarettes, and battery acid. Well, this is like that. But replace it with straight racism and stupidity. And if I had to stumble across it, so do you.
I like Camel Jockey a lot. Sand Shit! This is as bad as George Floyd. The disaster. It will never return to the same. Much like our country after we introduced blacks into it. Nick, number one. I kind of like Jeet. I'm warming up to Jeet a lot. No purple drank. No, I don't really have anything black. He wouldn't shut the fuck up about the N-word. I'm like, nigga, because I have a nose. You have no fucking motion, nigga. You have no motion. Bye, Shaniqua. Bye. Sorry about your EBT card. That sucks. That really sucks for you. You're a nigga. Know your fucking place. Some nigga. Except if I ran across a low IQ, low impulse control black. Hey, get out of my country, Sand. That's what you can do. Thank God I wasn't born black. Holy.
Her soundtrack was Soul Train and Marvin Gaye. She started her video with Soul Train and played Marvin Gaye. That was a 2-hour-long live stream, by the way. And she made some...
Where is this woman streaming? Kick? Where? Rumble? Where is this woman streaming?
Of the most ridiculous, off-the-wall claims and points I've ever heard in my life. Just listen, bro.
Hang on, let's put some soul music on to really get in the mood here. I hope you appreciate my outfit. This cost about $50 with no EBT money. and didn't turn out quite like I was expecting it to.
It cost $50 doing all this fucking dumb shit with the late and great Marvin Gaye playing behind you. It's really just pissing me off. As a musician, it's just pissing me the fuck off. Congratulations. Your rage bait is successful.
All right. This is what I'm saying. Guys, listen to me when I say this. There's something deeply wrong. And I mean that in the least empathetic way I've ever said it in my life. There is something certifiably insane about this situation. Like, but it's kind of scary. Like, I think this woman is deeply terrifying in the most philosophical sense I can even explain to you. Like, I'm looking at her and I'm like, because I have seen racists, I've seen mentally unwell people, I've seen so many different kinds of ways people have expressed this. She is just she's very different in a very particular way. Obviously, we've all seen white women be racist. We've all seen people say the N-word, but there's something so evil, philosophically evil about this that I'm like, what is it? Like, there cannot be enough money in the world. It cannot be about money. I refuse to believe this is just about money. Like, this is like, you know how Bonnie Blue has the same thing? This is worse. Like, Bonnie Blue did like rape adjacent, patriarchal adjacent, anything for money, defended Andrew Tate, rapist Andrew Tate. This girl is even more philosophical evil. Like, there's more philosophical evil here. And I just can't figure out what it is, what category, what bubble, what's the process, what's the biological experience. Like, and I'm not talking about certifiably insane. I think she is very sane. So I'm like, is this what a psychopath is? Like, what is this? Right? And yes, she's gone viral before, by the way. This isn't her first time. But this level, this specific thing, I'm like, what is this? What is this in a person's like brain? There's something here that isn't being explained by the regular, oh, it's just a white woman who's racist. No, there is something else happening here. There is something else happening here that I feel like, Chad said I have 3 psychology degrees and I don't know. I'm telling you, that's what I want to know. What is this? And the fact that she's a mother of a mixed child just breaks my heart, obviously. But yeah, there's something here. Now, I know all human beings are capable of great evil. We know this. We know human beings are animals evolved on a planet over millions of years. We are so absolutely capable of the most disgusting evils. If you listen to most people, you'll start to obviously see how they got there. It's like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. What is this girl's story that she got here? And then she goes to bed at night. Like, I know this sounds weird, but I understand men who like massacre whole villages more than I understand this woman right here. Where I'm like, what are you doing? Like, what is this? What is, I don't know. Chat says the effects of unchecked white privilege. I mean, definitely, right? It's all definitely in there, right? Chat says, does she think this is, oh, none of this matters, we all die, internet isn't real type of thing? I don't know. But like, even the boys who believe that, even the girls who believe that, they never go here. They never really go here. They go close. Like, this is worse than what Myron Gaines did with Sneeko wearing the KKK mask. Like, this is worse. Well, obviously Myron's black, so there's a part of that. He's Sudanese. But like, and Sneeko has black in him. But like, it's like, you know what I'm saying? There's something weird. Keep watching. It's I don't know.
All right, that's enough soul for today. I was gonna get some chicken, and I was also gonna get some watermelon.
Oh my God. Fried chicken and watermelon. I've never fucking heard that before, ever in my life.
The empowerment of black females. We must murder our children in abortion because that is black power right there. There's nothing that screams black power like murdering your babies.
You know what she reminds me of? This is bad. Don't watch it because Ryan Murphy sucks. But did you guys watch Ed Gein? In Ed Gein, that series, he's in love with this or admires this Nazi woman who allegedly actually existed, who made furniture out of Jews, which is disgusting. And we know enslaved people were made into furniture and eaten by colonizers. But don't watch the Ed Gein series. It's not worth it. Okay. You will not learn anything. It was disgusting. And Ryan Murphy's obsession with watching him fuck dead female bodies was disgusting because like he never actually apparently did that. So Ryan Murphy adding that in for funsies was gross. Anyways, there's this Nazi woman who allegedly was like one of the greatest like masochists or sadists, not masochists, sadists who like hated Jews so much that she like, it became a game for her. And then Ed Gein allegedly respected her enough to then make furniture out of his victims as well. He made lamps and stuff like that. She made lamps. Okay, anyways, that's what this lady reminds me of. Like, that's the closest example of a person I can think of that reminds me of this lady. Like, I feel like she's in the category of person that would make furniture out of people. And I don't know that that's true, but that is the way I feel. That is the evidence, the data I see when I look at her, because there's no way for me to process this person in front of me except to think of that's the only person that came to mind was this woman. Because somebody was that person. Men, women, we know that they're capable of these things. Like, how fucked up of a person do you have to be to make furniture out of people? Enslaved people. I'm telling you, there's something about this woman.
$7,000 a month. That's how much she claims to make doing bullshit like this. Are you as mad as me yet, bro? And she doesn't even stop with black people, bro. She goes on about Jews and Indians and Native Americans and Asians and Hispanics, and it just never fucking ends, bro.
White people actually get treated like we get treated like how black people pretend like they got treated. Which, by the way, they should be thankful they were brought away from Africa. You know what was going on in Africa at that time? Warring tribes and warlords were like chopping each other up and hacking each other up. The lucky ones were the ones that got sent over to America and Europe as slaves. You resent us for freeing you because you knew you would be destroyed as soon as we released you. And kind of what happened, okay? Sorry for your loss, and don't come begging back to us for us to enslave you again, as if I would want a black on my property. They whipped us. They made us pick cotton. They made us like actually go to work. Can you believe they made us work for our money? They actually made us work. We actually had to fucking go to work every day. And then they provided a house for us, a nice little slave quarters. Which, by the way, when you go to these plantations, have you noticed this? When you go to plantations, I always go to the slave quarters and I admire them. I'm like, wow, this is honestly not too bad. You were provided housing. Your children were taken care of while you were out working. There were house niggas. They were on the higher plane of all blacks, okay? And you know what happened to them? They got treated great.
Work for their money, huh? You think slaves got money? And did you just say slaves were lucky, bro? This is that bullshit, bro. This is that same bullshit PragerU was trying to push.
Oh my God. Chat just said I blame PragerU. Oh my God. Chat. Hello? You just said I blame PragerU. And that's true. I blame a lot of it. But guys, pause. I grew up MAGA and conservative my whole life. I don't know any conservative who ever did this. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, yes, there's a racism. Yes, people have colorism. Yes, people say bullshit things from conservative talking points. But this, never in my life. I don't know anybody who's ever done blackface. I don't know anybody who's ever done anything like this in my whole life. Like, I am not around these people. Who is in her circle? Who is in her social circles? Nobody in my life I would never. I don't bet on people, but like, no way anybody in my life is about to do this. Not even for $1 billion. No way. No way. So what is this? Not even like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what is this? No conservative I've ever known, and maybe because I grew up in California, so even the conservatives are a little bit more liberal. But like, no way. No way. This is so bad. This is so beyond comprehension for me. Like, this is so beyond basic blackface. I know that sounds horrible, but you know how like white people like Justin Trudeau will do brown face and he's like, you know, it's like, okay, but like, that's still racist. But also this is like, okay, Shirley Temple doing blackface to pretend she was an enslaved person so she wouldn't be caught. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, this is, if you guys know, you know, if you watch Shirley Temple growing up, it's like, what? Discord said you're not white enough for this type of white girl to jump out, girl. I mean, I guess not. That's true. I guess. Like, maybe I've just been very lucky since most of the people I've been around my whole life were either Assyrian or neighbors in the neighborhood. And I always lived in like, I grew up in California. Even though I grew up in a conservative county, California isn't as conservative as some of these other places in the States. So maybe it was just like, I was lucky, I guess. But I just like, what is this? I don't get it. What is she? What satisfaction? Maybe she feels nothing. Maybe she just feels nothing in her body. You know what I mean? I don't know.
You know, ProggerU, the same shit our president's administration pushes on children. Slavery wasn't that bad. The slaves were actually lucky, and America saved them. If that's the case, why are there so many descendants of old Africans in Africa now? Following your logic, they would have all killed each other off. And you saved the lucky ones. Get the fuck out of here with this bullshit, bro. Why is this type of bullshit allowed, let alone monetized on 3 different platforms?
Exactly. Who is hosting this girl?
But God forbid I speak sideways in the comments. I catch a ban.
Get out of my country, you filth, actually. Get out of my country, bioweapon. I see your black skin, I see your brown skin, and your curry shit breath, and I see your stupid fuck.
Oh my God. She's pissing me off. Meditate. Chess says, and if she doesn't feel anything, what can be done about it? Like, just logically convince her that it helps her not to do this type of thing? No, I think she's gone, yo. I think she's gone. She's gone. You can't, like, the chances of her rehabilitating herself or redeeming herself is like, I wouldn't bet $1 on it, girl. I wouldn't bet $0.25 on it. You know what I mean? It's over. She can't, like, there's nothing, ban her. She can't be platformed. This isn't tolerable. Honestly, like, I think everyone should have housing and clothing and all those things, but it would be better. See, this would be better for the government to house these people rather than employ these people and make people work with people like her. Do you know what I'm saying? I would rather you not have to go to work and work with her. I would rather house her, you know what I'm saying? And like stay away from people. But I don't believe in prisons. You know, I'm not a fan of locking people up. You know, I'm a fan of like, you need to just fucking mind your business. Okay. But man, Chessa says it's not just rage bait, like enjoying negative attention, girl, but this is beyond, like, this is beyond, this isn't some, you know, when the boys say it on the internet, the boys will be like, ha, 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 they'll be like, they'll say their memes, they'll be like, ha, ha, they'll say it, and you can tell, they know it's fucked up, they're saying it to you, so you're in on the joke. We're not even in on this joke. The audience is not in on this joke. We are not being, you know, they're not like, hey, chat. You know, she's not, this isn't about us. This is her. This is her being like, this is the greatest show of my life. Like, you know, what is she performing for? Who is this for? This isn't a COD lobby, girl. Like, this is giving no COD lobby. This is not giving Reddit post. This is giving something else. Something is happening here, you know?
Fucking shirts and dresses you wear. What are you, faggots? Bitch,
Whoa!
you're in
everything. Every community's been hit right now.
our culture. You're a fucking Jeet in our culture. She's literally in our country. The Jeets are in our country. And I say, when we deport the Jews, I say we have the Jews take the Africans back to Africa. All right? You can all go together and then we'll deal with the fucking Indians and the Mexicans, which, by the way, Mexicans don't get enough hate.
That's a Christian, by the way. Someone so filled with hate, talking about Mexicans don't get enough hate. That's a fucking Christian. In a time where...
Hold on. Discord said, is it effed up that I'm rolling my eyes and shrugging off her racism like that? I think I've been exposed to terminal racism like that before. Maybe I'm just lucky, but I don't think I've ever seen this. Like, really think about it. I've seen people behead people on the internet. I've seen people burn themselves alive. I have seen the most disgusting shit on the internet. I've never seen this. Not really. This feels very different for me. Something about this feels uniquely different where I'm like, oh, it's like a flavor of pizza I've never had before. Where I'm like, oh, I've eaten a lot of pizza, but this flavor of pizza feels and tastes just a little different. And that difference is what I'm captured by. What is that? You know, what is it? Because I've seen people where I know they know it's wrong. I know they know they're doing it for views. I know they know they're doing it for money. I don't get any of that from her. I don't believe the motivation. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't believe her if she said, oh, this is just for views. I don't believe you. If she said, oh, this is for money. No, I don't believe you. Because you remember that white woman that called the little black child the N-word at the park? You could just tell she was fucking racist. And when she got funded by the white community and they were being racist in the GoFundMe, that made sense to me. I was like, oh yeah, that's racism. This feels different. You know? Chess says, you don't think she knows she's wrong? No, it's more like, I don't think she's having a feeling experience. I don't think she's attached to anything she's doing. I don't think she's having like a typical biological experience. You know what I mean? I don't think I'm telling you, I don't think she feels like guilt or shame in any capacity. In any capacity. You know, Mabel, thank you for the super chat, says Lily gives off Lady Michael Myers vibes. Lily, is this Lily? Is this who this is? Gives off Michael Myers vibes. Is her name Lily? Who's Lily? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Chess says this is incredibly common commentary within circles. No, the commentary is basic. No, guys. It's not, this is like going back to the Hassan listening to music thing. It's not the commentary. I've heard all these insults my whole life. It's not the commentary. It's everything together. We've seen blackface. We've seen white women saying racist things. We've seen people say the N-word. We've seen people go after the gays, the blacks, the Indians. We've seen all of these, but all of it in the same package in the way that it's being presented. I've never seen this show before. What is this? Of course, we've seen all of it together, but I've never seen it in this particular package. Yet Lily Gaddish is the lady you're watching. Oh, noted. Yeah, it's a lack of shame or empathy and embarrassment or regret. It's the lack of anything in her own face or body. Which is what what did I just say her name earlier? Now I forgot her name already. The lady who does porn, which was her issue. She just doesn't have it. She has nothing. I don't see anything. And I'm like, hello? And it's not antisocial personality disorder. It's like something, you know what I mean? Because people with antisocial personality disorder, okay, that's like, we gotta stop talking about them like they're aliens, bro. But there is something unique about the way, Bonnie Blue, thank you, chat. There's something about it where I don't see in the eyes the person. Let me tell you, the one time in my life I was pretty sure I met a serial killer was when I was solo traveling through the US by myself as a woman. And I was in Oklahoma and there was a tornado warning. And so I stayed put in Oklahoma at a trailer park. And everyone at the trailer park was super fucking nice to me. Everybody was chill as fuck. Everybody was like definitely like, I would say the lower income bracket. And everybody was vibing. This guy pulls up in a nice car, in a nice suit, gets out of the car. I leave my trailer and I look at him. And guys, I was like this. I looked at him and I was like, and I felt like the devil himself had like appeared. And I was like, oh, he def kills people, bro. And I got back into my trailer and I was like, nah. Every other person in that trailer park I talked to, every single person I made friends with, everybody who came up to me was like, hi, how are you? And I was like, hi. And like, I made friends with everybody at that trailer park. This one man, when he looked at me, I felt like I was like paralyzed from how I felt like I was like, oh, he's gonna fucking kill me, bro. He's gonna kill, he kills people, bro. There is a girl in his basement right the fuck now. And whatever that feeling is, you know what I'm saying? Like, that is how I feel. When I look at this woman, it's not exactly that feeling, but it's something adjacent where I'm like, oh, I can't talk to you. I think one of the scariest situations I can think of is when you can't reason with people. You can't see their humanity. Most of the bigots I have met, I could see their humanity. Most of the most bigoted people I've ever met, I could really cry for them. I could see their child self. I could see their life. I could see they loved somebody. This woman, I see none of it. I don't know, girls. I don't know. I see absolutely none of it. Just something is missing. And I'm like, what is that, bro? Okay. Let's finish out this video.
Anyone from Mexico is getting way too much fucking hate. God's people, everybody.
Because I don't want to be like white women at all, but I just want to copy them just to make them feel bad. Because whenever I copy white women and I wear white women's hair and wear blue contact lenses and I wear white women's clothes.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Imagine living in a system where any quality that you wouldn't find on a typical white person, take my dreadlocks for example, are deemed unhireable, deemed unprofessional. Yet you still have to find a job, you still have to get money so you
And-
as a
oh my God, I
neurodivergent
can't believe I
person
just
that is
did
really
that.
frustrating.
I'm so sorry. I cannot believe I just did that. The issue that I'm
getting
having,
way-
here's the issue that the issue with his commentary is that I think it's getting us sucked in to, like, he's actually like combating her with like reasonable takes. I'm not doing that. I'm not interested in combating her with reasonable takes. I'm sitting here and like, are we seeing the thing that I'm seeing here? Like everything she's saying, I'm zoning out of. It's not what she's saying. It's the fact that the package is packaged the way that it is. So he's making good, reasonable takes, but like, girl, I'm telling you.
Too much fucking hate. God's people, everybody.
Because I don't want to be like
Typical white person, take my dreadlocks professional. Yet you still have to find a job. You still have to get money so you can fucking eat. What would you rather them do? Fucking starve? I've never met an intelligent racist person, bro. They never go hand in hand. They're polar opposites at this point, if you will. Take this bitch, for example. Racist as hell and dumb as all fuck.
Didn't, calling her a bitch.
I just don't understand how these platforms are getting so big, gaining so much traction, and being able to remain monetized. But hey, fuck it. Profits over people, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Yay, capitalism.
Yeah, it is profits over people, right? Now I'll share his TikTok in the chat because, but I would just say, like, again, I know you want, okay, somebody asked me, what did you say about Hassan? I don't want you to view this the way your brain will train you to see this. Okay, so like the Hassan thing. Hassan says in an interview, oh yeah, I don't listen to music. I just listen to political podcasts in the news. Red flag. Doesn't go to therapy, doesn't listen to music. Girls, he is literally a red flag on a dating app. What are we doing? Right? Okay, but there's something so deeply flawed about that. There's something so deeply dangerous about that. And the fact that nobody thinks it's a red flag is like so funny to me. Because I'm like, that is what we've been talking about this whole time. That there are red flags and you're not seeing it because you're like, oh, some people don't listen to music. It's not. It's the package. Yes, some people don't listen to music, but it's the package. There's nothing a person does usually on earth that's basic that in of itself is always bad. It's in of itself plus the package. Okay? Like, oh, I don't cook. Yeah, usually not necessarily a red flag, but could be a red flag if you're like, I don't cook, I only eat bananas, and I never feed my children food. It's like, okay, well now you eating fruit and a singular fruit, you not feeding your kids, you know what I'm saying? Like the first part wasn't necessarily bad, but if all you're eating is raw fruit, like these raw vegans, it's like, well, now I have a question. Okay? Like, it's like the combination of things is the problem. Okay, that's what I'm trying to explain to people. It's not just the single, it's the whole package, which is why, again, like just because, the outside of the package looks good doesn't mean it's not rotten inside. Just because it looks rotten on the outside doesn't mean it is on the inside. Like just because, you know what I'm saying? So something about this girl feels so different. Now people are saying, oh, there are people like this in Texas. She's definitely not the only one. So are the people who are like this in Texas, what's going on with them? Okay. What's going on with them? Chat says, please don't go off on me again, but what do you think we might be do you think we might be pathologizing him? No. I think we are coming to a conclusion based off data that to keep ourselves safe in the way that we interact with people who are strangers to us. This is not our friend. We do not know him. And even if he was, we deserve to look at people and say like, red flag, bro. Okay, you don't have to diagnose him. You don't have to make him out to be a narcissist serial killer. But I'm allowed to look at a man and be like, red flag. Okay, I don't like that. I don't like that. Here we are talking about deconstructing and taking down patriarchy and having conversations. And I can't even say a man, given the data we've been given, is a red flag without, you know what I'm saying? No, it's not about, making it like diagnosing him from far away or saying his behaviors that we can't read his mind. But given the data we have, suspicious. You know what I mean? This isn't a true crime podcast. We're not a true crime bubble. We're not here talking about, outside of our field. We're not therapists. We're not trying to be, we're just people observing people. Okay. And it's like, you know what I'm saying? No. It's like, see, anytime we call out a pattern we see in people, listen, I just watched this whole man's video and I had a problem with him calling her a bitch at the end. Why? Because on principle, it's a demeaning word to demean her. And he's like, this bitch, which is misogynistic. I get it. She's a horrible person, but the language came from someone's mouth towards a minority. And that's all I need to know. Right? And I get it because she just said the most horrible fucking shit. You probably want to say the worst words to her possible. But I'm saying, okay, we're all trying to be better people in a different way because it's hard to die a good person. It's hard to die a good person. But I'm telling us that we should be concerned. So the people in your bubbles that you might know who are like her, truly like her, and I'm not just saying blackface, I'm not just saying racist, I'm not just saying this, I'm saying specifically the way she is coming out with her package. What do you know about them? What is interesting about them? What do you learn about them? Because I do think it's too reductive just to be like, oh, they're racist. No. It's more than that. It's something like, example, a lot of the situations that's happening from Sudan, from my understanding, is like villages are being massacred, genocided, okay? Male soldiers that were also at some point child soldiers are kidnapping more child soldiers to then be raised to be man soldiers that then go pillage and rape people. It's a cycle that starts. It's not just men being like monsters. It's a cycle of children being kidnapped, trained to be soldiers, and then they do it to other children and they don't think about it. If you watch Vinland Saga, that's exactly the cycle of the Vikings. They pillage, they kill everybody, they take the boys, they make them into soldiers or slaves, okay? And then they just repeat the cycle. Boom, cycle repeated. We're all victims. And we're all possibly perpetrators of harm. We don't get to exist in the world without contributing. Okay? So there's something here. There's something here that's like, I want to get to the root of it. How did this person go from being a baby in the world to making this decision? Who are her family and friends? Who's still in contact with her? Does she have any resources? Who is giving this woman a chance? What happened here? What's going on here? And again, it's not to exempt it because or explain it away, or it's about the conversation about, again, when we talk about rehabilitation and redemption and restorative justice, we're talking about acknowledging first and foremost that humans are evolved animals on a planet. Then we're acknowledging that who am I to shame the bear for killing me to feed his family, but also who am I not to fight the bear in hopes to save my life for my family? And this is what we're facing. We're facing one another. Who am I to shame the bear? But also, who am I to be shamed for defending myself? But then what does that look like? And I want there to be like a way to exist in the world that centers us, because the world will always be this way, girls. This is just how humans are forever. And though we change over time on the micro is our reality, and the micro is really, really difficult. Here I was just 5 or 10 years ago hearing people say, oh, the gays are so liberated. You guys have this is elder gays. Elder gays being like, you don't even know how hard we had it. You guys have it so easy. And boom, we're back again to getting to the point where the cycle reverts, as it always does, 3 steps forward, 2 steps back. And now gay and trans people are being targeted once again. And our rights are being taken away. They're talking about taking away gay marriage. So here you were so comfortable talking about how young people complain and they're never grateful and the world is so different because young people know, they see it coming. They know we're about to go back. They don't even know why they know it, by the way, because it's not like they're wise. They just know it because we know that this is going to happen, you know? And so again, yeah, states are already doing it. State to state is doing it. Like, it's not even a matter of federal. The states are already doing it. So when we have these conversations, I think there's a big picture here to help us understand so we can zoom in and help things. Now, one video to wrap this section up, okay, about rehabilitation and redemption from an Uncle Iroh perspective. Here we go.
This dude just said what most people who talk about deep stuff avoid, for this very reason, because there's thousands of people now asking how to forgive themselves. I have the missing link, but first you need to hear what he said.
You need to stop beating yourself up for doing bad things. It's not helping the situation. Mentally punishing yourself is fucking pointless. I mean,
Bam, he said it. Now I'm going to break this down to you with what I believe is the best example I've ever seen illustrated, period. So this is Uncle Iroh. He's one of the most loved characters in fiction, period. He's known for his wise words and helpful, loving demeanor, okay? But what a lot of people overlook is how he got that way, his darker past. Now, if you have this problem of self-forgiveness, keep your situation in mind as I break this down. So Iroh was born as the firstborn son in a royal lineage, meaning by birthright, he was heir to the throne of the Fire Nation. So that means he got all the programming, all the generational trauma that a little fire emperor is supposed to get. So he joins the military, he has a son, the whole nine. He is the perfect heir to the throne. He's so damn good that he becomes a general. And he ends up leading what is a fateful battle in the war to take the capital city of the Earth Kingdom, which basically would end the war. That means Fire Nation wins. But just as they're closing in, Iroh gets notice that his son's life had been taken in battle. And the news of this understandably snapped Iroh in half, especially because he felt that he wasn't there for his little boy in a moment that he obviously really needed him. And by the way, yes, this is supposed to be a kid show. But Iroh as the general gives the order for retreat and goes home. A decision for which he's stripped of his rank and his path to the throne. They give it to his little brother instead. And so that's how the show starts. Ozai, his little brother, is on the throne, and Iroh's basically shunned in shame. Remember I said to keep yourself in mind. Years pass, the show picks up, and we get to a filler episode. And in this episode, Iroh is living as a refugee in the very city he once nearly took. And it starts off as just like a normal cute day in the life for Iroh, but then very specific events happen to him. First, a dude mugs him, or at least attempts to. Iroh's a martial arts master at this point, so Iroh's like, what is that stance? And then he corrects this man's stance, but tells him, you don't actually look like the criminal type though. What's going on? And the guy's like, yeah, I've been having a really hard time. And so he invites him to sit down for tea and then tells him to chase his dreams. And the guy said no one had ever believed in him before, so he's gonna go chase his dreams. And then again, he's walking along and he comes across a kid crying. But it just so happens that he has his guitar on him, so he sings a song for the kid to help calm him down for his mother, which immediately works, and he cheers the kid up and he sends them on their way. There's some more like shenanigans, but then the episode's pacing changes. And you watch Iroh go up a hill and sit by a tree. And on first viewing, you have no idea what he's doing. He's like making a picnic or something. But then he pulls out this piece of paper, and once you see it, you understand completely what's happening here. And he says, happy birthday, my son. If only I could have helped you. He then goes on to sing what is probably the most tear-inducing song ever created in cartoon history. I'm choking back tears now. But I know you probably hate some of the stuff you've done in the past, and you replay it in your mind all the time. And based on what it is, sometimes our knee-jerk reaction is to be mean to ourselves. The logic there being, oh, I made other people feel bad, so I should feel bad, right? I should do that forever. But this doesn't make sense, and I'll tell you why. So you did a wrong thing, and you seek recompense, right? You did something wrong, and you seek to bring balance to the field through your own suffering. But the problem is you aren't that person anymore. Can I prove it to you? So we can agree that you're not just your body, right? You're also your experiences, the people you've met, all that. So though you share a similar body to that old person, that person was acting based off of their past insecurities, their past traumas, because that's who they were, and that's who you were. This makes up the old you. But acknowledge now, logically, that since you see them, and you can acknowledge and see who they were, and be upset about it, means that you are outside of them, you are no longer them. You have new experiences and new understanding, which means now you are a new you. And so though you intend to bring balance by being mean to yourself, it's actually just self-serving, because all you're doing there is quelling your own feelings. This benefits no one else besides you. Just because you are you doesn't make you not a person. And so by being mean to you, you're just being mean to people again. Because whether or not you want to admit it, you are people. Well, the actual opposite of adding bad things to the field is to add good things to the field. The actual opposite of engendering sadness is to engender happiness, kindness, calm. Starting with yourself. Because you can only give what's already present in you. Are you feeling me right now? So rather than using your past to create more suffering, rather than saying it, let the way you move say sorry. Just like when that person was mugging Iroh, when you see someone making the same mistake you did, offer what you needed back then and prevent a tragedy. Just like when the kid was crying and it had nothing to do with Iroh, make it your hobby to occasionally just do nice things for people, to make others happy for no reason. And just like at the end of the episode that he spends remembering his son, don't fight those memories of the past when they come up, because that's what's made you who you are today. So don't turn away. Yes, this may hurt, so if you need to, break, because you can't start picking up pieces until you acknowledge that you've been shattered.
Okay, yes, I will share a link to his video now. Okay. I just wanted to put it into perspective, right? That was really nice, right? Like that was good. And that made sense. Okay, now I want you to just, see this again.
Political statement or exploitation. Here's the controversy around Julia Fox's Jackie Kennedy Halloween costume explained. Julia Fox attended the Cursed Amulet Halloween party and
Okay, it's like, wait a pause, hold up. Okay, let's talk about it now, okay? And just like for context, obviously we are not supporting Julia Fox. And this conversation isn't about that Lily girl doing blackface. This conversation is when we have this conversation, we're not talking about you. We're actually not talking about you. And this is what people have to understand. We're not talking about you. Okay? When I was thinking about this conversation, when I have these conversations, I think sometimes people think I'm talking about them. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about Lily doing blackface. I'm not talking about, her, Julia Fox showing up as, RFK, what's her, I can't remember her name right now. I'm blinking. I'm trying to find something, so I'm distracted. But showing up as Kennedy, I'm not talking about that. That's not what I'm talking about. I think sometimes when we think about redemption and we think about healing, Jackie Kennedy, thank you, chat. When we think about these things, we forget that you're probably not on the extreme sides. And if the world would just focus outside of the extremes, it would be better. But because our whole life is compared to the extremes, we don't know how to heal. And at the same time, because you compare yourself to the extremes, you think I don't have to get better because at least I'm not as bad as this. It's no, we all have to get better. So don't compare yourself to the worst and be like, well, at least I'm not that bad. And don't sit there and be like, I'm never going to get better because girl, you're not even doing this. You got to be both. Okay. So when we talk about healing and we talk about, finding ourselves and we talk about being in sync with our joy, we're fulfilling our story. We're finding our purpose. That's why I say when you look at my levels, the framework of the levels, Iroh, he's not a 5 until Korra. Okay. And he still isn't perfect. He's in the afterlife, still not being perfect because being a 5 was never about being perfect. Okay, but Zuko, he never gets to 5 and he's joyful as a 2. So the idea is Iroh goes through this journey in Avatar where everyone thinks he's the wisest character. But the point of Iroh is that he literally is unwise. In most of the moments, it's only the moments of wisdom we see where we're like, whoa, he's wise when he's talking to teenagers. He's wise compared to the Fire Lord. But ultimately, he himself is unwise throughout the series, which is why when he breaks away from Zuko, it's such an important moment. He's abandoning this attachment to Zuko's outcome. He's saying, your outcome doesn't define me, and I need to go fulfill my own destiny. So when he says to Zuko, is this your destiny? Okay. That's such an important sentiment that I don't think people understand.
I know my own destiny, Uncle.
Is it your own destiny? Or is it a destiny someone else has tried to force on you?
Stop it, Uncle. I have to do this.
I'm begging you, Prince Zuko. It's time for you to look inward and begin asking yourself the big questions. Who are you? And what do you want?
My father says she was born lucky. He says I was lucky to be born. You've always thrown everything you could at me. Well, I can take it, and now I can give it back. For so long, I thought that if my dad accepted me, I'd be happy. I'm back home now. My dad talks to me. He even thinks I'm a hero. Everything should be perfect, right? I should be happy now. But I'm not. I'm angrier than ever, and I don't know why. You, my father, who banished me just for talking out of turn. We created an era of fear in the world. If we don't want the world to destroy itself, we need to replace it with an era of peace and kindness. I know my own...
Okay? If we don't want the world to destroy itself, we have to replace it with an era of peace and kindness. So do you want to be the Fire Lord in the story, girls? Or do you know what I'm saying? Do you want to be Iroh realized? So this is the conversation. Obviously, Julia Fox is not contributing to a more peaceful and harmonious world. Obviously, this Lily girl is not contributing to a more peaceful and harmonious world. Obviously, in my opinion, these progressive bros calling women bitch are not actually contributing to a better world. We can't keep using the same tactics of our oppressors and then being like, why are we still oppressed? Every tactic of the oppressor used by the oppressed is just engaging in oppression. And we have to stop doing that. How do we stop doing that, though? You have to deconstruct that relationship with self. Who are you and what is your purpose on this planet? Because we don't know. There's nobody telling us. There's no one giving us a script. Even though our bubbles try to give us that script, we obviously deconstruct away from them and realize that script doesn't seem to be objective. And then we still can do something about it. You are not powerless. But life is hard. So So we must suffer wisely. And there's just too much unwise suffering in the world right now, right? And again, chat says exactly, if you want to change generational trauma, you cannot just repeat it. You need to change the ending of it. This is the thing. Even if you don't break a generational curse, just to chip away at it, just to contribute 10%, girl, will make it easier for the next generation. Okay? And that's the point. Think about the future and live in the present. Live in the present, but think about your future. And then remember, what is 10 years from you now? Like, what are they going to look back and be like, damn, I wish I started that 10 years ago? And what are they going to thank you for too? Every day I'm grateful to 26-year-old Brittany. She was such a baby, a child, going through life, thinking she understood it, thinking she got it, thinking, oh my God, only to know that she was self-harming and a mess and so sad and so desperate. And I'm grateful to her every day for not killing herself, for keep going, for reading books, for meeting people, for doing everything possible to find the answer so I could be this person today, right? How old was I? What was 10 years ago? 2015? Oh, let's go find a video from 2015 just so we can have some context. Grateful to her every day, bros. She really did that, you know? And she was flawed and imperfect. Okay? It's not about being perfect. So if you beat yourself up every day because you remember you did this horrible thing, girl, welcome to being autistic. Okay? But like it's life. The problem is that people don't. Like the little edginess I have expressed on the internet, guys, bad. But when I think about the way that these boys double down, the way these men show up on the internet and just double down, maybe for them it's too late. They've done too much, right? But it's never too late and it's never too much. But it will be hard. It will be very hard, okay? I don't even know what I'm saying here, so I might not be able to play it very long because I used to say people's names.
Hello, ladies and dudes. Today we're going to talk about sexual guilt. Sexual guilt comes from plenty of things.
Okay, right? Like this girl, who even is she? Like who even is this girly? Okay, like who even is this girl? You know, what is she doing? What is she thinking? Let's see, this Brittany is in her first polyamorous relationship. This Brittany is dating boys, girls, they, thems. This Brittany is like deconstructing. She's engaging in her first progressive bubbles. You know what I mean? She's experiencing life for the first time in so many ways. She just has no clue what's about to happen. She has no clue how her life is going to go.
Today we're going to talk about being a submissive and a feminist.
She has just no concept or idea for how her life is going to go. She also did not know how to do her makeup then. You know, it is what it is what it is. The greatest, honestly, the worst thing I ever did, really. You know. But yeah, this girl, like, you know.
Hello, ladies and dudes. This video is inspired by cis people everywhere.
Like, what is this autistic tone she is doing? Like, what is this weird YouTube tone she's even trying to do in the video? You know what I mean? Like, she's even got this weird, like, way of speaking. You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking like that for, girl? Like, just talk. You know what I mean? She can't. Okay, listen. Okay. Okay. Yes, she was trying. True chat. She was trying. All of this to say, like, there are ways to be joyful in the world, even though it is a continually suffering place. But it has to start with you. Okay. And I just think too many people are so bitter and so lost that they figure, like, if the world's going to be ugly, I'm going to be uglier. Girl, nobody's got time to be ugly, especially spiritually. Okay. P.S. The next video we're going to watch is called Be Yourself, But Don't Be Ugly by Zoe Unlimited. Let's take a little bit of a break and we'll come back and we'll watch that video. I'm sure it's going to be good. I'm sure it's going to be great. Okay. Be right back. Grab your snack. Go tinkle. Do whatever you got to do. Okay. I'll be right back.
popcorn.
You making popcorn?
Uh-huh.
I only eat popcorn at the movies.
Well, I'm getting ready to watch a video.
Really? What?
Oh, just some scary movie.
Can I be the helpless victim? Okay, let's see. No, please don't kill me, Mr. Ghostface. I want to be in the sequel.
All right, girls, I'm back. Chet says, powerful stream today. Is it the gumbo? Yes, it is. Girl made great vegan gumbo. Thank you. Oh, okay. Pausing music. 1, 2, 3. You know, I thought about something. I don't know if you guys grew up as the same kind of millennial that I am, but when I was growing up, you wanted to fuck up. Your story was a bad story if you weren't fucked up. Go to prison, do drugs, cheat, do something interesting, you know, write a book, write a novel, self-harm, have a toxic relationship. Like, your story was basically lame if you didn't fuck up. So literally, I was on Tumblr years ago, God knows, and I saw the guy who did Fight Club answer a Q&A, and someone said, like, I want to write stories. I'm in my 20s. And he said, go live out your 20s, write about it in your 30s. And I was like, okay, I'm going to go do that because I wanted to be a writer. And I'd been writing and writing and writing, but all of the feedback I kept getting from people was like, this sounds like you've never experienced it. And I was like, yeah, I was writing about stuff. I was writing about sex when I was a virgin. And one of the feedbacks I got from someone was like, it sounds like you've never had sex. I was like, I haven't. I haven't. And they're like, yeah, I can tell. Okay, fine. So I went and I lived out my 20s, and all the books I had read, all these, like, you know, crazy stories. I was like, I'm going to go get me some crazy stories. And a lot of those crazy stories are things that I absolutely fucking regret. All in the name of adventure. Obviously, in a, you know, did it add to my wisdom? Sure. Like, you know, did it make me a better person? I don't think so, really. To be honest, I think I'm lucky I still ended up a good person. But I think it had every potential to make me a pretty shitty person, right? Discord said it was definitely do it for the character development generation. Oh my God, yes, it was, girl. Yes, it was. And I understand, too, because you want a lived experience. Like, who wants to read some, like, you know, well, I'm about to say something that's kind of ironic. I was going to say, who wants to read a manifesto by someone who's never touched grass? But the truth is, I guess that's what the internet is. It's a bunch of boys who've never touched grass telling people how to live a real life. Girl, you've never even had a girlfriend. Nick Fuentes is a good example of this. Girl's never even had a girlfriend, and he's out here talking about relationships. Girl, sit down. Okay? Not to say that there aren't things you don't have to experience directly to experience, okay? But I get it. I get it that you want to do things to learn about yourself, but I guarantee you have to be ready for this. You will regret with your big chest. You have to regret, because you know what I mean? You have to accept that you're going to do things. You're like, oh, fuck, I wish I didn't do that. But I'm lucky too. I feel lucky that most of the stuff I regret doing comes, like, it's not perfect. I'm not happy with some of it. Some of it's like, in my mind, pretty bad, but it's not I am somewhat relieved that I had some sort of conscience in my life. And so I don't have like, you know what I mean? I'm lucky. But then because of that, it adds to like a privilege of not being as afraid to talk about those things or deconstruct. So I think when you're really, 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 really fucked up, it makes it in ways so much harder to ever think about coming back from that. And also, if you're a millennial like I am, you were used to former, felons and drug addicts and people coming to your schools to tell you, you can reform, you can get better. And then we live in a world where it feels like people are like, you said this thing 10 years ago, you're never coming back from this. Now, the difference is, and hear me when I say this, those drug dealers, those felons, those people who are coming to our schools, they were coming as reformed. That's the difference. They weren't saying, well, I was 15 and I was dumb. They're saying, no, I did something fucked up and you got to avoid doing it too because it's fucked up. Like they were coming with their full chest saying, I fucked up. I was a shit person. Don't do it. These boys on the internet that are like, I was 15. Who cares? They're not saying I fucked up. They're saying, I don't even want to take responsibility for what I did. So that's the difference is like, if you come out and say like, I fucked up, I did this, don't be like me. I'm warning you, do not be like me. Versus, hey, he's the greatest guy we ever knew. Where's that GIF? Hold on, Discord. I'm going to share it. He was the best guy around. It's like, yeah, how you approach your rehabilitation, your redemption is what matters. So if you're just like, oh, I was young, who cares? It's just what it is. That's not holding yourself accountable. Okay. Now, I want to do two things. Let me see. Actually, I thought about going to this video first, but I actually think we should not. I think we should do deconstruction as a skill and then I think we should do Zoe Unlimited because that plays into authenticity. And then I want to end with Michael Burns' video, No One Knows How to Act Anymore, which I think coincides with this idea. So let's do deconstruction as a skill. The new content creator, never watched them before, very excited. This is Flights and Feelings with Joseph Solomon. Don't know who this is. Very excited to see what this is. I'm stoked at the possibility because God knows we need more people talking about deconstruction. So I'm very excited about this. Let me know if you know who this is. Okay, deconstruction is a skill, he says. Love that title. Let's see.
Yo, what's going on, family? Let's have a little talk down, a little sit down, a little talk, a little sit and a talk. I'm gonna sit down and we're gonna talk. Getting a phone call. Yo, I'm shooting a video. I'm gonna call you back. No, you're good. It's my friend Natalie Lauren. Some of you may remember her. Let me just say this, y'all. Deconstruction is not only an experience, it is a skill. A skill that some of you you're not happy about developing. I remember hearing this quote from Jordan Peterson a while ago.
Oh, I've been mentioned. I don't mean to be that guy, but there's a little bit of a zzzz with your microphone. My friend Ethan Klein knows something about audio. He also has a button. Maybe you guys can DM on Instagram. And he can help you get better microphones from these Machiavellian mothers, with these Machiavellian daughters, with these Machiavellian hoes. Just kidding. We don't call women hoes. We call them butchers.
Some of you may be fans of him, some of you not. I have mixed feelings about him. Super paraphrasing, but he says something along the lines of, be careful of deconstructing an ideology, a worldview, because once you're able to do it to one ideology, you can do it to all of them. And I find that to be very true. This can be a good or a bad thing. If you're like myself, you spent all your time growing up.
I'm waiting to see how deconstruction in any way could be bad if you do not. Now, that's like saying exercise can be bad. Sure, but it's not the exercise that's bad. It's how you're utilizing the skill of exercise. So
a good portion of your adulthood in a specific religion, particularly my experience of conservative American Christianity, mainstream evangelicalism, you spent a lot of time in there. You've made community, you've made identity, you've made money, you've made so many ties to a particular ideology. Your entire worldview, your framework of how you see life, what is most important in life, has been seen through this lens. To let go of that is a very, very scary thing. Not even just to let go of it, but to critique it, to bring it up under the examining lens is a very scary thing. I remember making a poem that went super viral. People still steal it, post it online. I had to report it every now and then to get it taken down. I had a poem, it's called Shadow of a Doubt. One of the lines in it was, doubt your doubts. And right after that very sort of famous quote, doubt your doubts, I have a line in there that says, I'm speaking on behalf of God in this poem. And I say, you know my truth. Truth is, you know my truth and you're scared. You're scared of what that means, scared of what that should cost you. Implying that, oh, you're a Christian, you know the Bible is true, and you're actually scared of what that will cost you. You're scared of what that means, scared of what that should cost you, that one day they'll laugh you out of the courtrooms and scorn you out of the, something to that effect, right?
Do you think Jesus cared if people stole his poetry? Like, do you think Jesus was walking around like, hey, that loaf of bread and 2 fish, that shit was my stick. Like, that was my shtick. You can't steal it from me, bro. He's like, go fuck you. I'm telling my dad on you, bro. Dad, this bitch is stealing my shtick. You think Jesus was like, you think he was like, Peter, I'm gonna fucking pull your hair out, bitch. Like, you're stealing my shtick. You know, I'm just saying.
I have found that might be a distraction, might be a way of letting you off the hook of really going down the rabbit hole of examining and critiquing your worldview and your faith. Because it could very well be the opposite. You're scared of what that means. You're scared that the Bible is true. That's why you're scared that what this should cost you, the cost of Christ, the cost of the cross, right? To take up your cross, to bear it daily. There's a cost that comes with that, and you're scared. That's why you don't want the Bible to be true. And that's what a lot of Christians will still say to me. Oh, you want to live the life that you want to live. And so therefore, that's why you want the Bible to be false, because you want to live in sin without guilt. I see that guilt trip, and I rage.
Chad says he would only care when they would say he said something he did not say against his values amongst his listeners, but otherwise he wouldn't give a shit. But he didn't even care then, right? He got crucified. He never defended himself. They lied on his name, and he said, whatever, bro. He didn't. You know what I mean? Jesus was like, fuck it, kill me, bitch. He was like, YOLO.
You want. I raise you this, that maybe, just maybe, and this was true in my case, and maybe true for a lot of you, that you're scared. You're scared of what that should cost you, that it would cost you community. It would cost you identity. It would cost you the work of having to reconstruct what this.
Oh, Discord says, I assumed he was embarrassed by the poem and didn't want it circulating. Do you think he reported it because he didn't want to share, or he didn't like it? Because I get that. Like, you put out content, you don't want it out there in the world anymore. So you go to report it so it gets taken down.
Looks like, man, the word reconstruction. I think about slavery in the Reconstruction era that happened after the emancipation of the slaves. Not only were white folks afraid of letting the slaves go, of even considering black people on par with a white person, considering them equal, they were scared of the work that it would cost them beyond that. See, the legislation passed, and you see the hesitation of white folks doing the work to reconstruct. Now that we've deconstructed this idea of slavery, we've deconstructed this idea that the black person is somehow subservient, inferior to the white.
Did we, though? I don't think we deconstructed enough. That's the problem I'm seeing in the world, is that we have not deconstructed enough. So slavery, okay, so let's pretend life was linear. We had slavery, okay, and we deconstructed, okay, but we're only here. Like, we need to get here. We're not even there yet. So we're moving off up. This is where we're at. Okay, it's so limited, bro. So we need to get here, and we're not there yet. So my issue with even like the concept of like, we deconstructed slavery, but not enough. Prison. Oops. Oh, I did not just do that. Prison systems. The way people show up in the world and talk about black people, the way black communities are disparaged, like the taxation, like everything happening in the world right now just doesn't feel like we deconstructed racism enough. Dating, interracial marriage, like, I don't know. It's not enough for me to be like, okay, but let's see what he says. This is interesting so far. I'm listening. Hold on. My program is like really fucking with me right now. Hold on. Tech issue. Boomer Brittany happening. Hold on, guys. Everything reset on me. Give me a second. I'm back.
Cost them beyond that. See, the legislation passed, and you see the hesitation of white folks doing the work to reconstruct. Now that we've deconstructed this idea of slavery, we've deconstructed this idea that the black person is somehow subservient, inferior to the white person. They can't be property anymore. That means that society will have to look completely different, and we have to do the work of reconstructing society. Reconstruction era, in many ways, was a failure due to the hesitation of seeing the world in a new way that would see the black person, that would see the African slave, the American slave, on par with them and living a life that is equal, with the same equal opportunities as black folks. And we still go through this today. We say, oh, well, we laid the groundwork.
Hold on. Chad says to deconstruct an evolutionary adaptive technology is dangerous without an understanding that you will need something better to take its place. as things don't evolve without evolutionary change. The implication of saying it's dangerous is to say that deconstruction itself is dangerous, which is what Peterson does that I have a problem with, is he's afraid. And because he did it. Listen, deconstruction might kill you. But at least he died trying, right, girls? Better to die trying than to half-ass it the way Peterson does and all these men do. It's like you deconstruct halfway and you're like, too scary, and then you go right to bigotry. So sure, if you deconstruct, if you introspect, if you leave your religion with nothing to replace it, but you can't just replace it with something because you're afraid. Risk something for once in your life to actually be a better person. This is the path of a biological creature evolved over millions of years. We die and that's it. But at least you died trying. Because right now, Peterson's going to die being a baby. He's going to die driving himself insane because he was too afraid to deconstruct. He wasn't wise. And I agree you need wisdom. I see you, chat, right? But to imply that it is dangerous is to make people afraid of it. It's to say that deconstruction is bad, it's too dangerous. Like drugs. Drugs are dangerous if you don't do them correctly. Girl, life is dangerous if you don't do it correctly. Let's fucking go. Okay, like life itself, the fact that we are bringing babies into the universe willy-nilly, but God forbid we deconstruct. You know, come on, let's go.
Civil Rights Act passed. There's nothing else to do because oftentimes we see racism as simply
and I'm not coming for you, chat. I'm just moving off that sentence structure that I hear from people. Like, to say that it is dangerous triggers in people's brains that they should stay away from it. You know, which is why they overplay motherhood and overplay having babies, and they don't put the fear of parenting in you, so you keep having babies. Because if we talked about parenting in a realistic way, a lot of you would not be having babies.
A moral failure rather than a systemic one.
But not that you should stop having babies, P.S. I think you should still have babies. I think you should just be more prepared for it. You know, it's so interesting. We're willing to have babies without being prepared, but God forbid we deconstruct without being prepared. You know,
see it as like, oh, if we can't identify the behavior, then there's no racism. Racism is structural. Prejudice and bigotry is personal. I'm getting off.
Exactly. Chad says to say it's dangerous can make people think that you must wait until you have a safe alternative before you start deconstructing, which is exactly what I hear from people when they say like, and it's true, like introspection and deconstruction is a privilege, but also in the least privileged situation, it can be your life-saving like mechanism. It can literally save your life. So please do not wait until you are in a better place in life. If the thing you are waiting to do is deconstruct so you can get into a better place in life. For Brittany, my life literally was miserable until I did the work, until I deconstructed. I couldn't, maintain work. I couldn't maintain focus. I couldn't maintain the future until at my rock bottom, I decided, okay, I'm going to fucking do this. You know what I mean? I'm going to fucking do this. Right? Just as I stand by what I said, I do think it's dangerous to deconstruct without wisdom. Of course, people will always be self-deceptive and find reasons not to do the hard and necessary things. Yeah, you can, girl, stand on 10 toes about what you said. I don't think you're wrong. I don't think it's the message I would want to send out to people, because I think that it is it's a negative. It's a negative sentiment about something that's liberating. You know what I mean? Like, yes, you need wisdom, but sometimes you have to start deconstructing before you have that wisdom. Because most of our wisdom comes from deconstruction. I certainly did not, I had like, you know what I'm saying? Like most of the wisdom I've ever gotten in my life as I get older has come from my continuous desire to deconstruct. So it's like the chicken or the egg. I wouldn't even know, you know what I mean? Like the reward of deconstruction is earning wisdom. So,
Track. What I'm trying to say is that idea of having to start from scratch to reimagine what life looks like now that you've deconstructed the prevailing ideology,
And by the way, 2s deconstruct. It's not just for 4s and 5s. Because I see chat say it's dangerous because it can make you a 4 and you can go crazy it doesn't matter. The consequence of existence is death, because that is the cycle of life. Going crazy beforehand, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying you're like, we live in a world where people are willing to tell their kids they're going to go to hell for being gay, but God forbid you sit down and deconstruct. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? So like, you know, everyone should deconstruct no matter where they are in life, right?
It's scary. And so on the individual level
But I understand if we're going off what Britt Hartley said the other day of why you don't push deconstruction on people until they're ready. Sure. But this channel is focused on people who are assumingly already interested in those things, right? So obviously we're not talking about pushing it on people and forcing them. We're encouraging. Just like I wouldn't force somebody to go on a diet or to exercise or to go to school, but I would encourage them if it was better for their joy.
The person who has doubts or whatever, you may want to trick yourself into thinking that, oh, you know what? I'm really just scared of what God calls for me to do. And so that's why I'm doubting. That's why I want to walk away. When what could be lying under that is that maybe you're scared. Let me put a timer on, by the way. Maybe you're scared of what it'll cost you to let go of all of it, to let go of what you've known, and to then reconstruct a life beyond that. The same experience for me was like, I don't know what it looks like. Okay, say I do let go of Christianity. What does my friend group look like? What does...
This is very typical of deconstruction, is like you become a different person. Going back to that TikTok we saw earlier, like we know we're not the same people we were at 5 years old, but yet why is it hard for us to realize that we might not be the same people we were at 20? Well, because some of you are still that 5-year-old person and some of you are still literally like 20, right? Okay, so there's that dilemma here, right? Let's see, hold on. Chat said something I wanted to read out loud. Some people never deconstruct. Yes, but that's the point, is like, that's their journey, right? Okay, so like, yeah, like that's their journey. If you're not going to be a person who deconstructs and then you die, that's why I say dying a good person is really hard. Like dying a person who, like, it's not everyone's journey. You're not better because you died a good person. You're just having a different relationship, but it would help heal the world if we attempted to die good people. But that's, that's very, at the end of the day, your journey. Okay.
My profession look like? What does purpose look like? What do I have to look forward to, if not eternity with Jesus? I have to reimagine all of that. And that, there is no cheat code for that.
Oh, interesting. Chat says that somebody who deconstructs everything and has borne the consequences of both good and bad. I'm not against deconstruction. I think the most honest take about it is that it's not inherently good. Thinking, considering, being thoughtful. The most honest take is that deconstruction isn't inherently good. That's doing a lot of, so we're doing let's deconstruct that sentence. The most honest, okay, is that it isn't inherently good. I think the most honest take about it is that it's not inherently good. I think the most honest. Chesa, it's about the relationship you have with the deconstruction. Chet says, what is the definition of a good person? It's somebody who's in sync with their joy. Real joy, not coping joy. Real joy. So you're saying it's about the relationship you have with deconstruction, not deconstruction within itself. Sure, I can agree with the sentiment that existing isn't inherently good. It's your relationship with existing. That exercise isn't inherently good. It's your relationship with exercise. That sex isn't inherently good. It's your relationship with sex, right? Like, it's not the deconstruction. It's your relationship with the deconstruction. But in normie brains, or in most people's brains, the sentiment that they might hear before they deconstructed, that deconstruction is bad or dangerous, is the same bias and prejudice that gets pushed out about these tools like drugs. Drugs aren't inherently good. It's the relationship you have with drugs. And I agree with you. So then in that case, I would agree with you, but I would be more likely to agree that deconstruction in general, like curiosity, is seldom inherently bad either. So I don't think it's inherently, I think it's more neutral, I suppose. So I guess I agree that it's the relationship you're having with this thing. I guess the difference, I suppose, is like if I was raising children, I would require deconstruction to be a part of being a good parent. I wouldn't require you exposing your kids to drugs to be the requirement of a good parent. And so I think of it from that perspective. If I think society, a requirement of a healthy society is to deconstruct, then I would dub it inherently good. So then I struggle with this idea that it's not inherently good within itself, because I would argue that, like, I think as primarily inherently good, regardless of consequences. Just as I agree, this is why I also don't tell my kids not to do drugs. I tell him to be smart and safe about it because I want to be as honest as possible with him, and being afraid never produces honesty. Sure. Yeah, I don't think wisdom requires drugs, but I do think wisdom requires deconstruction. And I believe we should be wise and suffer wisely. So I would argue that deconstruction is inherently good, in that if that is the construct in which we are building upon sort of what I think is good. So then it would be subjective to that relationship to self. So then we're arguing about what we think is actually good, not to make a prescription, but just to say, like, I obviously believe society would benefit and the world would benefit from deconstructing. Chet says, what kind of a person would we tell not to deconstruct because it would be worse for them? A person who isn't ready. But even that person, I would tell them to deconstruct. Chet says, so I'm not going to sugarcoat things, the way to get more people to do what I think is best. Okay, but I'm not sugarcoating either. So it feels like, I don't know, it's not, you're not being more honest. And I'm not being less honest, right? Like, the implication of your sentence structure is somehow I'm being less honest and you are being more honest. But I don't think that's actually true, because the language we're using is, I think it is more honest. I think it is both more honest to say either of those things depending on the circumstance. But I do not think it is more honest to say that deconstruction isn't inherently good, right? Because that's like saying, like, yeah, I just think, like, it's so dependent on the context. So I would just argue with the idea that it's more honest. And I would say that it's, you know, dependent on the situation, I suppose. Again, we don't want to force people to deconstruct. We want to encourage it if people are interested, but they have to be the first people to engage in it. But if somebody said, like, are there any consequences to deconstructing? I would say no more than existing. I don't think there are inherently more consequences to deconstructing than there are to simply existing. If anything, there are definitely more benefits to deconstructing, because deconstruction is something as simple as, why do I wear these clothes, to what is my favorite color, to the food I like. Right? Why do I like this food? To why do I like this boy? To why do I like this girl? Right? So, like, deconstruction at the basic level is still, like, basically important. It's, you know what I mean? Even my parents saying, like, ask yourself, why are you Catholic? Why should I be Catholic? That's deconstruction. They just didn't think I would deconstruct my way out of the church. You know? Chet says, like, if you mean the process of introspection plus action. And deconstruction, for the record, I don't know what that's in reference to, but deconstruction is, you have a pizza and you take it apart to understand how the pizza was made. And then you introspect and extrospect and reflect on what you've learned from deconstructing the pizza. There's nothing like deconstructing the pizza alone just means now your counter space is full of pizza ingredients. But now you have to decide, what does this mean for my pizza ingredients? What did I learn from this process? What did I learn from deconstructing this pizza? Right? Chad said it's similar to anything, really. Even meditation can break people who aren't ready for it because it changes, how do I say this word? Paradigms, which can be iffy of the mind. Yes, we know studies have been done that meditation can cause psychosis, but I would still tell people to meditate, right? Because if you meditate correctly, it's beautiful, which I agree then, constitutes the relationship you have to meditation, it being good or bad. But I wouldn't say it's more honest to say that it isn't, because again, like, I just have an issue with the original sentence structure, I think. As someone who deconstructs everything and has borne the consequences, good and bad, I am not against deconstruction. I think the most honest take is that it is not inherently good. Well, then what is it inherently? I think it's neutral, I guess. But I think it's still good. I think, yeah. Yeah, Chet says the original sentence felt like it was arguing against something that wasn't said. Yeah, I'm not sure, even though on its own statement it makes sense. Yeah, I think that's, yeah, maybe that's where I'm getting stumped a little bit. But great conversation. It's very stimulating, you know? Yeah, but I would say that I wouldn't make the prescription ever that you should deconstruct in a sense, which maybe is what you're saying. Like, I would not tell you you ought to deconstruct. I would say my recommendation is, if you want this outcome, to deconstruct, right? Like, I would say, like, people will say, oh, don't you think the world would be better if it was fives? That's not a real question. Like, don't you think the world would be better if everyone deconstructed? But it's not a real question. Like, the real question is, you know, how can we be facilitators and encouragement, or encourage people along their journey to be better within their joy? And sometimes the context of that deconstruction, which I think you might be saying, is that it's not about making a prescription that you ought to deconstruct. It's about facilitating people's relationship and to joy. And the recipe, like the basic step to that usually is like therapy, meditation, deconstruction, like introspection, extrospection. It's like the starter kit of philosophy, right? Right? Chess says 2Cs don't want to deconstruct or need to necessarily. I mean, maybe they could in different ways, like, again, favorite snacks, clothes, why do I like this music? But they're less likely to, right? They're deconstructing at a very basic level, just like children introspect and extrospect. Children introspect. How do I feel? Why am I feeling this way? Kids extrospect. It's just like a basic level. That's why it's good. That's why we all do it. That's why ones are weird. Because it's like, hey, are you doing this at all? Are you even doing this at all? Hello? How did you even make it this far? Right? You know? Chat says, I think chat was just trying to give a warning to those who aren't ready to deconstruct, right? Yeah, for sure. Sure. Yeah, be cautious with all things and be focused, but it just sounded like a fearful statement a little bit. So I was like deconstructing, I think, the fear. Like, I am not afraid for you to lose your mind through deconstruction. You were going to lose your mind anyways. Like, the reality is like, we're all going to die. So you either lose your mind by living in a world where you haven't found your joy, or you lose your mind trying to deconstruct. But with the right tools, you can deconstruct into something better. But I'm not afraid for you, just like I wasn't afraid for myself, even though it was the hardest thing I ever did. Right? I'm more afraid you'll die miserable and all you needed was to hear the word deconstruct once in your life, and maybe you would have changed it, right? I'm more thinking about it from that perspective. What about all the people who've never even heard that word, right? Chat says, to me, it was the opposite of fear. I feel like we need to be honest to face fear. Yeah, but you're doing it again with the word honest. What does honesty have to do with anything? Like, what is dishonest about what I'm saying? The implication is that I'm being dishonest. What am I being dishonest about? What am I saying that feels dishonest, right? Because I don't know, the word is like, if, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's okay. This is probably autism on autism crime. But that's good to know that different brains work differently. And maybe the way you're hearing it is necessary for your deconstruction, right? And I know, Chai, you said, I don't think you're being dishonest. And I don't think you think I'm being dishonest, by the way. I just want to make that clear to everybody. I don't think so. I think the language communicates an eyebrow raise in my brain of like, oh, am I being dishonest? Because then I would like to introspect and deconstruct that. But obviously, you know what I'm saying? So like, I don't think you think as a consciousness that I am being dishonest, but the sentence structure, my brain can't hear it any other way. So then maybe I should just ponder on this and think about it. Much like, you know, maybe it needs like I'm not having the embodied experience of understanding the sentence structure, but maybe I'll have it in a second, you know? Yeah. Let's see. Discourse said, I think it's inherently good to deconstruct, but it's not inherently bad not to. Like there are some people who just mentally cannot deconstruct for whatever reasons. I'm thinking of, for example, people who with severe psychotic disorders that are like lifelong, and people with intellectual disabilities. Sure. I think it's inherently good to deconstruct, but it's not inherently bad not to. Sure. I can agree to that first part. I'm thinking of severe psychotic disorders and lifelong and people with intellectual disabilities. I mean, I feel like deconstruction might help them a lot. Right? Like maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know who we're thinking of. But as long as your brain is capable of deconstructing, that actually might help the worst case scenario people in a big way. So I don't know. I guess it's case by case basis, right? And the brain is faulty, right? So if you're in a coma, you're not deconstructing, that's for sure, right? So if you're, you know, if you're in a heightened state of mind where you can't process reality, you might also not be able to deconstruct or introspect because your brain is the information you're seeing is too much, like somebody in psychosis maybe, right? Yeah. Chess says, I think a lot of people are told to deconstruct and they hear destroy. We need to take these ideas apart and understand why they are there and what needs to be discarded. I think that's what he's saying about Peterson here is like, Peterson is like, oh, deconstruction, because if you deconstruct everything, you could deconstruct everything. Yeah. See, deconstruction doesn't mean to destroy, but you might see a pizza with all the ingredients pulled apart on the counter and be like, oh my God, you destroyed your pizza. I didn't destroy my pizza. I took it apart. But I do think people think when you take things apart, you're destroying it. You ever as a kid get a toy and then you take it apart and people are like, oh my God, you destroyed your toy. I didn't destroy my toy. I took it apart so I could understand it better. Destroying is destroying something to the point where you can't put it back together. Deconstructing is taking it apart and putting it back together with an understanding of it. Destroying and deconstruction are not the same, but to the untrained eye might look the same, but they are not the same, right? Chet says it goes back to wanting to give a warning. This is something to be done mindfully and with proper care that the psyche requires. We are talking about the mind after all. I remember in my first levels video, I said, you should be careful because you could go crazy. I think what that did is that excited some people because they're like, oh my God, what cool thing did Brady discover that could make me go crazy? And I think for other people, it made me sound insane. I think it was the wrong message to send. I think we live in a world where we're more afraid of people deconstructing than like, we would rather keep people racist than have them deconstruct. That's what the message sounds like. The message sounds like better for you to stay racist than to deconstruct. Even though I know that's not what you mean, that is sort of what the message might sound like to some brains. Like, oh, better for me to stay homophobic than to deconstruct. Better for me to be in a patriarchal religion than deconstruct. It's like, I don't know if that's what we want to, I don't know if that's the message we want to send, right? So yes, we should be careful and yes, we should be kind, but our brains are already being completely warped by racism, by patriarchy, by evil, like philosophical evil. So it feels like at this point, how much worse could it get? There are actual genocides happening. I kind of feel like at this point, fuck it, risk it, girl, go. But be wise or learn along the way, but I hear you. I hear the message. I think it might just be worth the risk, for yourself and maybe even for others. But think wise, Yeah. Okay, let's go back to this.
There is no shortcut for that. That is hard. And you may not want to do that. You may not want to reconstruct and reimagine your friend groups, your identity, how you move through the world. So it's a very hard thing to do. But once you do it, Let me tell you, it's a dangerous tool to have because, again, deconstructing is not only an experience, it is a skill. And once you learn a skill in one area, you can apply that skill to many different things. You went to job training at one job, and then you realize, oh, I can take that same information, that same skill that I learned, and apply it to this other space over here. Same with deconstruction. That means that you can deconstruct any politic, family dynamics, economics, fitness. And this is actually why this is coming up for me. I may be on a little ADHD tear right now, so please bear with me. ADHD, whatever it's called. I'm not diagnosed, so I won't say I have it, but the telltale signs are there. I've been lifting, and I won't get into the details of it. Let me just say I've had a lot of success lately in the gym and in the kitchen and in resting, and just my overall health has been really, really good. And through that, as I stumble more into like video essays and stuff like that, learning more information about fitness, you start getting down the rabbit hole of people who are on some other stuff, right? And it feels so akin to where I was in Christianity. So the traditional approach to fitness is like, oh, you go to the gym, bench press, squat, do deadlifts, do curls, do this, all these sort of conventional ways of approaching getting strong, getting fit. And then you start to see people who focus more on mobility and kettlebell swings and all these other weird, random little, I've been seeing some really random stuff of some people who are really jacked and look really fit and really flexible. And I'm like, hey, I want that. And they're like, hey, if you want this, you've got to deconstruct your conventional ideology of what fitness looks like. And I'm like, oh, I've been here before. Oh, I've learned the basic skill of deconstructing is learning to be wrong. Like I've gotten good at being wrong about something. After spending so much time and being prideful about being right about something. Now, the trick is that you can also just flip it. You can get to another ideology. And then now you're like, just as
Yeah, that's so funny. I like that he's in the gym bubble too, because like in the gym bubble, I see a lot of like talk about a place that needs to be deconstructed. It is such an interesting bubble. Chaz says, we just have different fears. I think I do fear people losing themselves in it, if I'm being honest. I want those who are ready for it, but I've seen people go crazy and self-delete. To me, harm reduction means taking these things into account. Sure, like I agree with that idea. I've also seen people not deconstruct and self-delete. So it's like, if that's the case, then the answer is to do whatever you're going to do. And if your journey takes you to self-deletion, it was always going to be that way. Because we're all going to die anyways. It's just a matter of when and how. Now, if we can prevent self-deletion, then we should do that. But we also can't hold on to the attachment that people won't self-delete, right? Like someone's going to do it. The question is who's it going to be? And I say this to somebody who's had a lot of people self-delete. It's like someone's going to do it. It would have been me if I didn't deconstruct, right? I would have been the person who did it if I didn't deconstruct. So I think the answer is to radically accept that some people will die. It's just, everybody will die. It's just a matter of when, right? And then the finger, like, I think it goes back. There's this thing that happens where people go, oh, this person self-deleted because you didn't help them in the right way. Yeah, you're not that powerful. They were going to do it anyways. Oh, this person is a racist because you didn't help them in the right way. They were always going to end up a racist. Oh, this person didn't deconstruct their patriarchal beliefs because you just didn't do it in the right way. You didn't help them in the right way. You were nice to them in the right way. Sometimes we have to let go of the reality that we could even help people in the right way. Obviously, we can help people in the right way, but the right way is subjective. And at the end of the day, that person has to take responsibility for their life, and we have to accept the self-deletion as a part of that reality. It's so interesting. We can watch a man burn himself in the name of Palestine and call him a hero. We won't give any credit to the people that tried and couldn't handle it anymore. Life itself. It's just interesting that we watch a man take a gun to a CEO in the street and call him a hero, but we won't take any credit for the people who defended their families in a moment of like fear. Like we don't know how to understand how complicated it is to be a person, but it's because we're not deconstructing. Why are we praising men for violence and then questioning whether or not abortion is self-defense? Like, it's just interesting. So again, I try not to do anything out of fear. And so my goal is to accept that whatever your journey is, it's going to be. Okay? Whatever your journey is, I accept it and know that I will honor your attempt to make great change. Okay? And whether you make it to 12 or 25 or 89, your life was meaningful and it was important.
as dogmatic as you were when you were a Calvinist or whatever, right? Or some conservative, where you can get just as dogmatic in your leftist politic and so forth. And not to say that there's no space for being dogmatic about something. I think at some point you have to put your foot down. You have to lay your hat down somewhere and have a hill that you want to die on. So, also, this is kind of the conversation about men right now, their whole crisis. Like, what are women going to do to help men? Encourage them to read books and deconstruct. You know what I mean? Oh my God, if these men deconstruct and realize how shitty they've been, they may kill themselves. Girl, they're already killing themselves. They're literally already killing themselves. You start to have a little bit of humility in that approach to it. And so I'm learning to be wrong about stuff and being excited about that, because there's a whole new world beyond that. And Chad, no. Chad says they did it to themselves. This is 100% a man's problem. No. It's all of our problem. And it's all of our responsibility. And our part is by encouraging them to read and deconstruct. That's our part. We did it. Good luck. No. It's all of our responsibility. And it's how we raise our sons, how we raise people, how we encourage people, how we support people through transition, how we engage with people, how we protect people. No. It's all of our responsibility. Okay? But we have a role to play, and we need to stop playing the role that was never meant for us. Okay? Play your role. Play your role. And then they have to play theirs. Because the thing that scared me so much about leaving Christianity was the uncertainty on the other side of it. And then I've realized that, yes, that uncertainty is quite scary, but it's almost as if you started a new life. It is a type of rebirth. It's a type of being reborn. You have the opportunity now to be reborn quite a bit in this life if you are open to being wrong, being taught another worldview, another way of looking at life, or just a deeper way of critiquing, examining the already prior held beliefs that you had. And so I put this post on Threads today, which I thought was, man. And like, that's the other thing about men. Like, you have to accept that your son might die a misogynist. You have to accept that your son might die a rapist. You know what I mean? Like, you have to accept that every time you bring a baby into the universe, that you might give birth to the next serial killer. And that's, you know what I mean? Like, this is somebody's son, someone, like, this person didn't just fall out of the sky, you know? But at the end of the day, it's their responsibility. But that's why I say, like, women aren't going to love men out of their misogyny. We've tried. Women aren't going to love men out of patriarchal beliefs. We've tried. Okay? Mothers aren't going to love their sons out of becoming monsters. We've tried. Okay? So the question is, what are we going to do instead? We're going to do our part, and then we're going to expect them to do theirs. But if they don't do their part, then it is also a part of the process that they would naturally not mate and not be with partners and not make babies and not be a part of society and not hold down jobs. And look, Jordan Peterson always warns that be careful of a man who is not fulfilled. He becomes a killer. Do you want to work on that, Jordan Peterson, Mr. Voice of the Men, voice of the voiceless? Okay? Y'all got to figure it out. Read some books, deconstruct. Okay? Because, like, so you're telling us that's a threat. Oh, you better love these men or they'll become killers. Yeah, I agree that unchecked men become murderous because unchecked people are just animals with no structure. Like, yeah, that makes sense. You're not saying anything unique about being a man. That's not unique to men. That's unique to the structure under patriarchy you've created and maintained. Because everything, Vinland Saga is so fucking it right now. But then how are the boys watching Vinland Saga and still being Trump? What the fuck is that? How are you watching Vinland Saga and still being a conservative? How do you guys are so illiterate? How the fuck? Vinland Saga literally covers all of this. Vinland Saga is so good. Watch it with your boys. It's exactly this idea. The Viking analogy, oh my God, it's so good. Like, and I get it. You know, there's a part of my boy brain that loved Thorgil. Is Thorgil? There is a part of my boy brain, my monkey brain, that really fucking loved this fucker.
And I was like, I'm disgusting. Okay, I'm disgusting. But there is a biological thrill I got watching this man massacre left and right, girl. I was like, fucking kill that bitch. I was like, left and right. And then I was like, yo, that right there, that's a biological experience of like, okay, yeah, he's scary, bro. And he is the representation of someone who was smart, but also just like singularly focused. And I love the part where Canute is like, hey, that guy used to be in my like royal guard. I kind of want him back again. This man just tried to kill you, bro. And you're like, kind of love that guy. That guy is kind of beast. Okay, I get it, bro. Chad said how his own dad was afraid of him. How his own dad was afraid of him. You ever seen a father afraid of how scary and strong his own son is? I have. That shit is interesting, bro. That shit, when you see fathers and sons go chest to chest, that is an interesting experience because you see them fighting for dominance. Chest to chest, who's more of a man? And the only tactic they know how to use is violence. Because even when the pride comes in and they're using their intellect, it's like the lack of wisdom is clear between the two, you know? But yeah, we're talking about Vinland Saga, bro. Sorry, we're talking about Vinland Saga. So the whole point is like, I understand.
Everyone is lost.
Michael Burns, please. I know there's a part of your brain in all of us that we love the like protective lioness, the mother who protects her cubs at any cost, the mother bear who eats, just fucking massacres to save her babies. Ooh, we love a story. We love a story. I'd rather not though. With peace and love. I'd really rather not. But we love a story. We love the idea that when shit gets scary, we can actually do something about it. Because the truth is like more than often, we don't and we can't actually do anything about it. How many people am I going to keep seeing getting kidnapped off the streets, screaming for people to help, and people just standing there unsure of what to do? Unmarked cars stopping in front of you, men and women jumping out in uniform with guns, picking up just screaming people. You can see they're so terrified for their life. They're so terrified and nobody can do anything. So yeah, of course we have a fantasy of being superhuman and fucking slicing off men's heads with no fucking hesitation. Of course we have a fantasy of being so strong that give me a couple fucking little reverse daggers and I'm gonna kill a bitch. You know what I mean? Of course we have a fantasy of being a 15-year-old kid that can kill, what is it, Thorkill? What is it, what's the big guy's name? Yeah, Thorkill. Oh yeah, like 15-year-old fucking, yeah, okay. Yeah, girl, this little kid is about to fucking jump up and kill him, no fucking problem. It's like, girl, you know what I mean? This whole fight.
来た面白そうなやつがタロフィン聞こえるか正面の丸太を持ったバカでかいやつあれがトルケルだダメだ停戦これ以上近づくと食らうぞ左に旋回もう少し踏ん張れ手首を狙ったのかやるなおちびちゃん低いあら切る突っ込めうわうわといってーでも捕まえた
おやった Okay, I'm gonna get copyrighted up the ass right now, but worth it. Woo! Worth it. Okay. Okay, let's go. You know what I mean? Yo, you know what I mean? Girl, feels good. Love a fantasy. Love the idea. You know what I mean? Oh. Anyways.
It's not a complete thought. I think I was just kind of spitballing, but I'm getting somewhere. I said deconstructing the religion is actually the first layer. Then you see the politic and economics beneath it. Then you see the history and repeat archetypes. Then the ever-present human desire to detach itself and elevate above nature.
Chad said, girl, taking a bump of anime with a good snort of line of anime. Girl, I feel high as fuck right now, girl. I can take on the world. Give me somebody to fight. Somebody fight me. Somebody fight me right now.
I'm not trying to sound super deep with that, but it is true. Like, once I thought I was just deconstructing Christianity, and then you're like, oh shoot, I am deconstructing American Christianity and how Christianity, the co-opting of Christianity, has played a part in colonialist, imperialist domination of the West.
By the way, this is why Debate Bros debate. It feels like an anime fight to them. They get the same thrill I get from watching anime, they get from arguing with each other on the internet. Hassan gets from arguing with his chat. That's why they do it. They're getting a fucking hit. They're like, oh my God, PDF doesn't mean what now? Tell me again, what is a what? What's a slur? They fucking love that shit, bro. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Now, how do we do this in a way that feels good, but is like constructive? How do we get this thrill in a way that doesn't fucking throw marginalized people under the bus? How do we get this that doesn't turn us into fucking bigots on the internet and throwing slurs around on Twitter? Okay?
That's domination of minorities, of war, and of impoverishing people. Like so many things that my religion has been tied to. And not on accident. This kind of gets me to my next point. Some people want to do the half work of deconstructing so they can still hold on to that Christianity. And I'm not saying that you can't return to Christianity, but you're on a page that is all about deconstructing. So you can take it or leave it. But to be able to tear that thing down to the ground, some people just want to remodel, just want to renovate and not remodel. They don't, or just tear it all down to the ground altogether. They just want to, they want to keep the house, but they want new counters. They want new floors, but they want to keep the structure.
Ooh, super chat. How do I say your name? Abskadinish. I don't know how to say your name, Habibi. I'm a debate bro in recovery and resemble this remark. Hey, you know what, girl? Me too. Me too. I'm not even kidding you. You know, this is the family I grew up in. I think a lot of us bonded from sparring. Obviously, my brothers also, we fought with gloves. Okay, the funniest clip from my family is my parents would get us all like teeth guards and gloves, and my brothers were fighting, and both of them, there's the video of this, so it's even funnier, of them both going to punch each other, and both of them literally doing the like cinematic, both hitting each other across the face and both going down at the same time. And I was like, poetry. Yeah, there's some part of you that fucking loves that shit. You think I didn't get a thrill as a little girl when my brothers are like, yo, pack up, bro. We're going to go hiking behind the house. There's 80,000 acres. Let's go hiking. And all of us put on gear and hunting knives and went hiking as if we were fucking facing like a true wilderness. My parents all the time could see us through the binoculars and see what we were up to. You think my mom wasn't like, watch out for rattlesnakes? And we were like, oh, got this, baby. Okay, we're so tough. Whoa. You know what I mean? Like, you didn't think we didn't got a thrill? That's why we went camping. Why do you think white people love to camp, guys? It feels invigorating. I'm out in the wild. I'm cooking my own meat. There might be a bear in the woods. It feels tough. You know, there's a faux toughness. That's why this whole like build my camp out of snow in the wild is a faux toughness we seek. Look at, okay, cottagecore for girls is those hunt your own fish videos for boys. Those videos for boys that are like building a hut in the wilderness, Sub-Zero, that's cottagecore for boys. We're all watching the same shit, bro. Girls being like, guys, I think I want to do my laundry by scratch. Are the same boys who are like, guys, I think I want to hunt my own squirrel. Yo, please. Okay? And I get it. I am one of those viewers. I eat that shit up. I'm like, yo, building a fort out of sticks? Watching this video. Okay? sewing my own clothes, watching this video, killing my own sheep to like get its wool, watching this video. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm there, girl. I'm with you. I'm a recovering cottagecore, kill your own meat girly. Okay? Chad said life isn't scary enough for white people. Now hold on there, because I've also been following a lot of black people who are going camping and saying, I cannot believe we haven't been doing this, because let me tell you, you guys got to get out there and camp. When I learned black people don't camp, I was like, you guys are really missing out on meditation here. Okay? You are missing out on the opportunity to unplug from white supremacy. You know what I mean? Like, you're missing the opportunity to breathe in nature, girl. That's like saying the Native Americans don't need to go camping because, you know what I'm saying? Like, get back into the earth. Get back into the earth. You know what I mean? White supremacy isn't as loud when you're surrounded by mountains. Let me tell you. Okay? Misogyny and patriarchy disappears when you're surrounded by mountains and no people. And you really, for the first time in your life, feel like a person, like a real person who just gets to exist and nothing about you matters. Now, your skin color or your body or your disability, nothing about you matters except the fact that you are a part of this, like, earth experience. Highly recommend. Okay? Highly recommend. But not all camping situations are universal. You gotta learn how to camp, and you gotta go to the right places to camp, and then you gotta vibe out in the right space to camp. So, like, also not one size fits all. No judgment. Okay, back to our deconstructing man.
Of the thing that they're in. And I'm saying, yo, you could have a bigger house. You could have a nicer house if you just tear this one down. You've got a really big lot, your life, your brain, your soul, your mind, your people, the earth. You've got a really big lot, and you keep trying to renovate this small ass house and keep putting up new counters and putting up new paint.
Wait, chat gagged said the white supremacists are camping too and I can't fight. Honestly, valid. Oh no. Yeah, you don't want to be camping where white supremacists are camping. That would definitely be scary. That would be scary. Yeah, it's the one thing my family did as a family because it's what we could afford. The one thing we could afford to do was go camping locally, like within a 100-mile radius. That was the safest thing we could do. Chad says, don't tell me there's camping to all right pipeline. Oh, definitely. I mean, conservatives are the king of slaughter your own animals, right? Like hunters are Republicans. So you definitely, you know, you got to do group camping with people. You know, beach camping. We used to do beach camping too. We used to do a lot of beach camping as kids because we were within 100 miles of a beach. And so that's what we would do, you know? But you're right. Like, if you go camping in the wrong area, now you're facing white supremacists with guns and you don't want to do that either.
Over old paint, tear it down and start from scratch, man. That's where you're feeling the limiting factor. The counters, the tile on the floor is not what's limiting you. It is the structure.
Do you guys ever buy a pizza with toppings already on it and then take off the toppings and put your own? Or do you guys ever buy a pizza and take off the original toppings, fry them up a little bit, and then put them back on the pizza and then put your own toppings too? When I used to eat pizza, like non-vegan pizza, I would buy they're pre-made pizzas, but they're fresh pizzas. They're not like frozen pizzas, like fresh to order, you know? You would get the pizza fresh and they'd be prepackaged, you know, they're only good for a little while, blah, blah, blah. You get them, and then I would cut up ingredients and add to the pizza. Or even, honestly, when I eat frozen pizza, I would buy a frozen pizza, and then I would add my own ingredients to it. Or sometimes I would take it apart and be like, I want this thing, but I will want this thing. That's like a version of deconstruction you can think of in that way, right? So it's like, start over again is not scary. Once you know that you'll always be starting over again, it's just like at different levels, you know? Because what he just said reminded me of that. Where like there's this point in a person's life, I've been here, where like you're going along your life and deconstruction makes you, or okay, you're going through your life. Let's say I'm gonna use an example. You're religious and you realize your religion isn't real. Your deconstruction makes you hit rock bottom. Okay, rock bottom. Okay, this is rock bottom, true. And from that deconstruction, you start to build again, okay? And you start to get momentum. You're like, holy shit. And then maybe you hit another rock bottom. You're like, fuck, okay. But eventually, slowly, over time, okay, every time you hit a new plateau, instead of hitting a rock bottom, you'll actually go hit a plateau, go hit a plateau, go hit a plateau, go hit a plateau, and just keeps going. You'll always hit the bottom of the plateau, but not necessarily rock bottom. I hit rock bottom multiple times in my life, but I remember my last rock bottom, and I haven't been back since. But I would hit it every few years. I'd be like, fuck rock bottom, rock bottom, rock bottom, rock bottom. Jesus, rock bottom. And then 6 years ago was the last rock bottom. And it's just been this since. Okay? When I'm tired and I feel like it's getting hard, I take a break at a plateau. I stay there for a while. And then when I'm ready, I put on my gear again and I start climbing the mountain until I rest at the next plateau. Because the hardest part is while you're heading up the mountain is the idea of slipping off the mountain, right? Like that's the hardest part. So you're going up the mountain. There's like these plateaus. The dilemma is when okay. The dilemma is like when you're climbing up the next mountain and you don't make it, you slip back down to this plateau. That's okay. Sometimes that happens. Not a big deal. But you climb again and then you rest, okay? Rest. So that's how I want you to envision it. You will hit rock bottom, but you won't hit it the same way and you won't do it for the rest of your life. Example, in the past, when I would hit rock bottom, it would look like depression, suicidal ideations, poverty. It would look like, well, I don't want to say big P poverty, lowercase p poverty, no money in my account, negative balances, $100,000 of debt, whatever it looked like. It was never that much. It was like $60,000 of debt. Okay. Like it would look like that. But now, if I were to be in the same exact position again, it wouldn't be a rock bottom. It would just be, hey, life's kind of tough right now. What are you going to do? It would be different. It would be like, I tried to avoid this at every turn, but life got messy. We lost the house. There was a fire. I've been watching Selling Sunset, and they go over the fires in LA. It makes me always very emotional when I see people's neighborhoods decimated. I just get very emotional over the idea of like, you've built this thing, you have this thing, it represents so much for you, and boom, it's gone in a Palestine, boom, gone. People's homes. That's why it's so obnoxious to me when I see people say like, why would people want to go back to Palestine? Why would people want to go back to their homes? The same reason you want to go back to your home in LA, stupid. See, the same reason you want to go back home, even if it's destroyed. It's to rebuild again, people. Our resilience as a species, our resilience as a people is often to rebuild. And we do it over and over and over and over and over. Forever, we will do it over and over again. So yeah, when I see this idea, or when I'm explaining this idea to you, I want you to understand there is a point where you will stop hitting rock bottom, but there is never a point in which you might not experience a very difficult life. And I can't sell it to you now, but it is much easier to have a difficult life when it's not rock bottom because you've done the work, right?
Structure of the house that is limiting you. And by that, I mean, particularly how you've been introduced to Christianity. If you get reintroduced to it altogether, being able to question all the things so that when you come to it, you're much more open versus like, oh, I want to keep the Christianity and I'm open to slightly new interpretations. I'm okay with, reimagining how Christianity, this is a new one that keeps coming up, how Christianity was introduced to Africa. And so then I'm able to try to be slightly pro-Black and Christian. Maybe you need to deconstruct the whole freaking thing and then come back to it. There's a video that got viral. This dude, Reed Choi. I don't know much about the guy. He's a funny guy. I used to follow him on TikTok. And he posted this video. Let me see.
Black people, why are you Christians? White people, your oppressors have forced you into their cult. Christianity arrived in Africa within the 1st century. What? But the slaves and forcing them to be Christian. Not saying that didn't happen, but Mark the disciple brought Christianity into Alexandria, Egypt. And then by the 4th century, Ethiopia declared Christianity its state religion. The transatlantic slave trade didn't happen until the 17th century. Okay, yeah, but it's still the white people's cult. Okay, so Africans have been worshiping Christ way before Europeans, and Christianity started in Israel. You know that, right? It's important to me that you know that. Well, white people still shoved it down their slaves' throats. Okay, you're not hearing me. White people didn't give black people Christianity. They already had it. They just tried to twist the narrative, and you're letting the enemy get to you. They'll trick you, fool you. Well, that same Christianity was used to validate slavery. And Look, when you spread lies like this, you're doing the same thing that the slave owners did, taking things out of context to back their own hypocrisy because they desperately want their viewpoint to be true.
The ironic thing is, this is exactly what he's doing. And every black Christian, one, by the way, is an Asian dude trying to tell black people how to feel about their oppressors and their oppressor's religion, is crazy work, son. It's crazy work. So there's a lot of like things wrong with this, but namely to keep this on topic is that what I saw was this thing has over 10,000 comments, and I saw so many Christians being like, yeah, that's right. Africa did have Christianity, and we don't, we can still be Christian. Again, I'm not saying you can't be Christian, because I still dabble a little bit, right? But be honest. Don't do the half work of deconstructing. Do the whole thing. This is half work. This is to try to do the remodeling. You just want some new counters, and you're not considering the framework. The framework of this ideology, one, is assuming that all of Africa is the same. He was like, oh, Christianity entered Ethiopia in the 4th century. It was the state religion. Yeah, in the 4th century, right? Hundreds of years after Jesus. By the way, there is Christian tradition that, the Ethiopian eunuch that was introduced. But hear me out. Individuals in one region being introduced to Christianity is not the same as the entire continent, y'all. Like, all of Africa is not the same. It's like Ethiopia is East Africa, fam. East. You know how big Africa is? It's 3 times bigger than Europe. Fam. Africa is huge. We're talking about a time that it didn't even have planes, okay? So we're just assuming Ethiopians were introduced to it. Then the West was too. That's not the case. It's not the case at all. The American slave was not taken from Ethiopia. It was taken from West Africa. That is not a small distinction. That is not me being petty or pedantic. That is crucial. This is West Africa. West Africa definitely, by and large, was introduced not to the Christianity that was introduced to Ethiopia, which was, Ethiopians are Orthodox Christians. They're not Protestants. It's very different. The West Africa coast was introduced to Protestant Christianity, which is definitely a white man's convention. Absolutely. Martin Luther, Protestant Christianity is very much a white man's thing. But people hear this and they run with it and they're like, oh yeah, Africa, we already had it. No, you are the descendant of an American slave, fam. And he's saying, oh, white people didn't introduce black people to Christianity. They already had it. There's no evidence that Christianity was widespread in the West at all by time colonizers got there. West Africans were still very much practicing indigenous religions. Islam had spread there by way of trade routes and so forth. But Christianity was not widespread in the West at all. This is a white man's thing. It's a white man's thing. Again, not saying you can't be Christian, but then you've got to deconstruct past that point. It's okay, so what?
Hold on. This is so funny to me because I don't know. One day I'll be a history girly. Oops, hold on. So I just quickly looked up because I was like, wait, who brought Christianity to Africa? Like, who introduced it to Africa? So they're like Portuguese traders, blah, 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 blah. But then, wait, I was gagged. This said Christianity was brought to northeastern part of the continent by the Apostle Matthew, who was later martyred in Ethiopia. And I was like, it's not funny. It's not funny. But he's like, people being like, oh, Ethiopia had Christianity, had Catholicism, whatever. Yeah, but then you killed Matthew it's a little funny. But also, I met an Ethiopian guy one time, and he was explaining to me that like Ethiopia was one of the only places that wasn't like traditionally colonized, and Muslims and Catholics live together and they vibe together and they marry each other, which is like very interesting. I don't know how true that is. It's one guy's story, but it's like an interesting idea. Shout out to Ethiopian food. Shout out. But like, it's one of those things where I think it's like interesting because like, oh, who brought Christianity over? Yeah. Are we not going to deconstruct the fact that a man said he was God? You know what I mean? You know? It's like, what was the Asian guy's point? That I don't get what the Asian guy's point was. You know what I mean? What's his evidence? If they're Portuguese and they're coming over, or if Matthew came over, what's the point at the end of the day? But yeah, I guess like, okay, whatever, fine. You know, vibes.
What is the Christianity that was introduced to us? What is so special about Protestant Christianity? What is so special about Catholic Christianity, which Protestant Christianity is an offshoot from? Again, Protestant Christianity did not seek it was a type of deconstruction, but it was again the type of deconstruction that is a remodeling. Okay, it didn't tear down the entire Catholic tradition. The Protestant Reformation was that. It was a reformation. It was reforming what was already there, which is why Protestants still call a lot of their church fathers, they were Catholics. It's all Catholic ideology, bro. And yes, North Africans, I'm getting off sidetrack. Yes, North Africans in Egypt had a huge influence on Western intellectual foundation of Christianity. So ideas of like the Trinity is a North African invention. This is Tertullian and you have the Alexandria Library. Like these were very African ideas. If you're considering North Africa, right? But let's be real. Like North Africa is still not West Africa. The slaves did not come from there. We are descendants of the West, right? Our lineage traced back to the Southern slave. The Southern slave is traced back to the West. And so Africans will let you know. Y'all can sound off in the comments too. I remember when I was first going to Africa. Just hold that sentence for a minute. The first time I went to Africa, I was telling everybody I'm going to Africa. Boy, the Africans was like, which part, bro? We not the same. And I knew that, but I didn't know that, right? Like I'm like, okay, yeah, I get it, but like it's still Africa. Fam, you get to Africa and you're like, oh, yeah, it's I was going to South Africa, which is I've yet to go to West Africa. I've been to Kenya. South Africa is not Kenya. Large parts of South Africa is not.
Oh, okay. So the Asian guy I'm reading chat, was trying to make the point that like slavery from enslaved Africans weren't then introduced to Christianity that way, but that Christianity had already been introduced. So therefore, white people didn't oppress the parts of Africa that infiltrated with Christianity. I feel like it's got, oh, hello, Queen. I feel like it's a little, okay. I feel like this is missing the point a little bit, but okay, sure. It's like you know what it sounds like? I could be wrong because I'm actually losing my spoons a little bit. I'm a little tired now. I think watching Vinland Saga all night is catching up to me. My mom would say things like, Christians never genocided or massacred anyone. I was like, Christians throughout history never killed anybody. She's like, no, not for not being Christian. Like they defended themselves against the Muslims and they helped people guided by God. But no, like Christians don't kill people like other people do. And I was like, you sure about that? Because you've read history books. And she was just like, yes, but not like other people. The motivation was better because God was guiding them. I was like, oh yeah. Chat always brings up the Crusades, right? My mom goes, oh yeah, the Crusades, God was guiding them. That was what God wanted. I'm like, oh, okay. And she was just like, that's the rationale. And I was like, so don't you think that's how people feel in other religions when they kill in the name of their God? And she was like, no. And I was like, oh. So when they kill in the name of their God, it's like evil. But when Christians do it, it's just. And she was like, yeah. And I was like, kind of like Jericho, you know, got out here being like, you know, bring that shit down. It's like, okay. And like then they turn around and go like, Christians are the most persecuted. Yeah, that's typical though. I almost meet every person who genuinely, my conversation with my mother is almost the same as any other religion though, right? Like the Mormon girl who came on and had the same conversation with not like Mormon people in her bubble. I have the same conversation with Catholic people in mine. Everyone is following the same script, bro. Everyone is following the same script. I don't know how to get people to understand it. It's the same script, different costumes. Same script. Like, okay. Whatever.
Zambia. It's not Botswana. It's not other countries that I've been to in Africa. Like Africa is massive. It is massive. And the cultural distinctions are not small. There is a through line. There's a thread. I think there is a thread of black people here and black people in Africa. There is a
chat. They're not cults. I'm not worried my family member is Catholic, but I would be worried if they were in a cult. Because Catholics don't keep track of you and they don't threaten your family and they don't keep, you know what I'm saying? Like it's like calling it a cult is not allowing us to like categorize it correctly. But I do think it's interesting that we can exist in the world where people like believe in God and exist. I understand calling it a cult feels good, but it's not like it doesn't have the criteria of being a cult, right? And so the question is, what are we going to do in a world where people aren't in cults, but believe in God? And how do we exist together? what do we do? Right?
Thread, there's a connecting point. We are of the diaspora of the African slave. However, it's very different. It's very different. And so that's still.
And by the way, like the kind of Catholic I grew up, my mom goes to church every day, right? But like even the whole like tithing to the church, like it's not like the Catholic Church was like bang bang, you didn't pay your tithe. Like it's encouraged, but like you're not going to get kicked out if you don't pay. There were years my parents did not have the money to tithe to the church. The church wasn't like, yo, you're out, no donuts for you if you didn't tithe. A cult would make you tithe. You know what I'm saying? Like a cult would be like, give me your money. You know, some negative thing here would have to happen to you. You know what I mean? So again, I felt like, you know what Catholicism felt like to me? It felt like a club on school campus where every time you came in, they're like, oh my God, Brittany, we love you. Please sign up for our club. And I was like, I think I'm going to join a different club. They're like, oh, boo, join our club. We love you here. And I'm like, nah, I don't want to join this club. I want to join a different club. They're like, please don't join the other clubs. We need numbers in our club. Join our club. And I was like, they'd be like, we have donuts. And I'm like, ooh. Yeah, but I don't feel good hanging out with you in your club. You know? That's what it felt like. When I even go back and old people see me, they're like, oh my God, Brittany, where have you been? I'm like, hey, bro, what up? Like, it's just like, it doesn't feel like my experience of it wasn't cult-like. My experience of it was like community. Why do you think people are saying nobody's going to church anymore? Because at the end of the day, churches can be a really safe space. Guys, what about the October fairs that happen at churches? My brother just took his kids to one. I used to take all my non-Catholic friends. They just put on fairs and you can win pictures of Britney Spears if you hit the target and get the guy into the water. You know what I mean? It's just like a fair and there's art and people are playing guitar and there's like food. Do you know what I'm saying? Like churches are just like Ren fairs, except instead of dragons, it's like Jesus. You ever been to a Ren fair? You know what I mean? That's what Catholic Church felt like growing up. A Ren fair. Everybody's in costume and there's food. It doesn't have to feel like the worst thing ever. You know what I mean? Chet says Britney Spears is not very Catholic. Oh, let me tell you, my mother was pissed. She said, how dare the church make the reward for this thing a very inappropriate picture of Britney Spears? She was not happy. I was like, you know what, though? It was a pretty good picture. You know?
Applies 2,000 years ago. Not to mention, the only reason why Christianity was in Egypt to begin with is because, well, the reason why it was a foundation, Egypt was already under imperial rule of Rome at this point. So it's not like, you know, Christianity is just organically spreading across different lands. No, it was spreading across an empire, fam.
Mm-hmm.
And so anyways, I say that to say, again, people wanted to do the half work. And maybe I'm still guilty of that. You know, I'm trying to.
Hold on. You said if a church. Wait, hold on, chat. No, chat. Sorry. You said, where is it? Fuck, I lost it. Hold on. You said, I'm not saying Catholicism is a cult, but if a church is preventing people from thinking critically, then yes, it is. Girl, that's just called your family. That can't be the requirement of a cult. Encouraging you not to think critically, that's just called your boyfriend. Girl, break up with him. That's called your television, girl. Dump it. What do you mean? You think the world is all encouraging us to think critically? Do you think, like, generally speaking, most of the things we engage with are encouraging us to engage in critical thinking? Half the YouTube population isn't even doing that. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. I think it's a little reductive to be like, not thinking critically is a cult. You mean public school? You mean Catholic school? You mean like, you know what I mean? Like, it just feels like, I don't know, bro. What's more cult than saying you should, you know what I mean? You should have babies, I guess. But like, you know, what does that even mean? I just think it's not like helpful. Like if you say you were raised in a cult, I'm going to take you very seriously as extremely traumatized. That's kind of a big deal. I'm not going to be out here talking about raised in a cult. That's like a really big deal. You know what I mean? You said I've studied cults for 8 years. Okay, so you're doing you said they're more common than people think? Yes. But if you've studied cults for 8 years, what makes a cult a cult? What is unique about a cult that makes them specifically a cult? Because the bare requirement cannot be like denial of thinking critically, right? Like that can't be the only requirement, right? The control, exactly. Most Catholic churches I've been to are not interested in controlling the population at all. Most of the churches people go to are not high control. They literally don't even give a fuck what you do. You know what I'm saying? Like they literally don't give a fuck. Because it's not high control. You know what I mean? Like it's high control to me is like them coming to find you at home, them wondering why you haven't been to church, like them calling your house, like them like forcing you into like paying for, you know, tithing, or them like guilting you. Like that's not I've been to church my whole life, homeschooled through a Catholic organization. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? That is just not like my experience. Chet says, but the high control churches are cults is what I'm saying. Oh, then we agree. Okay. Then we agree, right? Yeah, the bite model is good, right? Yeah, Chet says we switch up Catholic churches growing up and no one cared. Growing up, my dad would visit local Catholic churches while traveling and nobody tracked them. Yeah, obviously, like, individual Catholic churches can be culty. 100%. There are Catholic cults that exist. But generally speaking, the same way I feel about mosques and Muslims. Like, Christians think all Muslims are cult leaders. But like, you know how many Muslims I know? They're like, I haven't gone to like mosque in so long. Like, fuck it, I'm going to Pride. Like, you know how many Muslims I know who are busy going to Pride? You know what I mean? So it just feels like stolen valor. You know what I mean? Discord wants to know, are you talking about autistically studying or did you go to school to learn about cults? When you say I studied cults for 8 years, did you get formally educated or are you autistically studying? No judgment. Just curious, just so we know. No judgment. You know what I mean? It's a good question, though. Just so we're all on the same page. Because like, I feel like I've watched 100 documentaries on cults, which is why I have my opinion, but I wouldn't say I study cults. Just because I've read a bunch of books and read documentaries, or seen documentaries. You know? I was autistically educated, but I've read many books. I mean, girl, me too. Now whose opinion is more realistic? Me too, girl. I didn't go to school for this shit. I just watched a bunch of documentaries and read a bunch of books. I'm pretty sure I'm right. Uh-oh. Autistic on autistic crime right here happening. Good question, Discord. Uh-oh. That's all I'm going off of. I'm just going off all the documentaries and stuff I've read. But, you know, what do I know?
To deconstruct a lot of that. And not just deconstructing for the sake of deconstructing. I think there's a quote from a Christian that's still...
Ooh, listen to what he said. Not deconstructing just to deconstruct.
Deconstruct a lot of that. And not just...
Jess said, I'm in a cult of Indiana. We truly are.
Just deconstructing for the sake of deconstructing. I think there's a quote.
Ooh, that's good. You don't want to deconstruct just for the sake of deconstructing. You know? We don't want to deconstruct just for the sake of deconstructing. Just like we want to be curious for the sake of curiosity. We don't want to just live for the sake of living. We want to have a fulfilled relationship with the things we're doing, which might be what we were talking about earlier. Maybe. About your relationship to deconstruction?
From a Christian that still rings true in my mind, C.S. Lewis, I'm paraphrasing, he says this thing like, you can't go on seeing through everything. To see through everything is the same as seeing nothing. Like the whole point of a window is to see through it.
Yo, this man, I wonder where he grew up and what kind of Christianity he grew up in. He is referencing C.S. Lewis, classic, you know, Christian reference here. He talked about Jordan Peterson loosely. He knows about the church. I'm like, where'd you grow up? Who'd you grow up? Who are you hanging out with?
I can see what's on the other side. But if I only want to see everything as a window, I want to see a window to see through the window, to see through the window, to see through another window, to see through another window. I just want to see through everything. I want to deconstruct everything. It is the same as to see nothing at all. It's adding, there's no value to what you're saying other than to destroy. Maybe I need to deconstruct this, but I think there's something true to that. It is definitely easier to destroy something than it is to build.
I like what he said. Maybe I should deconstruct this.
This is why hating is so much easier than actually making something. Hating is always easier than creating because it's always nice to tear down something. It's always fun. That's like a very childlike thing. My son, he just likes to build the blocks, but like to knock the blocks over is so fun. It's like he's really only building up so he can knock it down. It's like I just love knocking down stuff. And it's like this childish behavior to just want to tear something down. And so it's very easy to tear something down. It's very easy to tear a person down. It takes work.
I would argue deconstruction is not tearing something down, though. You're not hitting the tower over. You're slowly and methodically pulling piece by piece down until you have a clear picture of what's happening. You ever build or deconstructed a Lego set? I've always really struggled with Legos. P.S. I am not a Lego autistic. I have always struggled with Legos. When I nannied children who loved Legos, I would get very overwhelmed. We also had a Richter sets. What was that thing as kids with the screwdriver and the nail, or the screwdriver and the actual, like, it was like you would, you know, and then my dad would want to play with it more than us because he's an engineer. But like, okay, it's like that when there's little meticulous like items and things and everything is so meticulous. That is not my autistic at all. Okay. And I would get really overwhelmed. A Richter set. Yeah, we had those as a kid too. Okay, I would get really overwhelmed, but I get really excited to try. So I'm like, I want to try, but I get really overwhelmed. And I think I almost preferred for someone to build it and for me to take it apart so I could understand it better. So often when like I'm problem solving, I have to know what I'm heading to, and then I go backwards and then I build up again. So I start at the conclusion and then I take it apart and then I build back up. I am naturally a deconstructing brain, right? Like that is naturally how my brain kind of processes information, right? Jess says, what about puzzles? Hate puzzles. Love them, hate them. Love to buy puzzles, never put them together. Love to buy puzzles, love to finish a puzzle, hate doing puzzles. Love a finished puzzle. It was so exciting. Literally hate puzzles. When my partner came to live with me for a month in Arizona, when we were first getting together, I had all these puzzles, like this 500-piece puzzle somebody had gifted me, and I hadn't done it. And he was like, have you done this? And I was like, no. And he was like, well, I don't have my computer and I have nothing to do while you're working. I'm going to do these puzzles. And he went through all of the puzzles. I had purchased puzzles that I had never done. I just liked the art. And he was like, hey, I'm going to do these. I was like, okay. And that's how he like spent his, like, I was like, well, how do you do this? And it was just like, it was good and interesting for his brain, but my brain, it was my puzzles and I had never done them to completion. You know? Yeah. Yeah, Jess's girl saying my friend the other day was like, why are your puzzles still in plastic? I love to buy a puzzle. I love art. Like I like things the way they make me feel, but I don't like doing puzzles. But I love destroying a puzzle. I really like taking a puzzle apart. I love watching it crumble. I do like, yeah. You know, Chet says, what's wrong with being curious for curiosity's sake? When I was curious for curiosity's sake, I would engage in a lot of toxicity. I had the kind of brain that would be like tempted to cut off my finger just to see what it was like. I'm a very curious person. I always wanted to be stabbed just to know what it would be like. I'm just very curious. Do you see how fucked up that is? Yeah, being curious just for curiosity's sake is not good. And I know because I have a very curious brain. Like, I'm just curious, like, what would that be like? You know? Or even talking to really fucked up people. I'm like, ooh, I'm so curious. Like, how did you get there? What do you do that for? And then all of a sudden I'm sitting around with a really bad group of people because I was too damn curious. Now, I am that curious. I used to be one of those people who wanted to talk to serial killers because I thought it'd be interesting. And now I'm like, girl, get out of my way. I don't want to talk to you. You know, but I used to when I was young. Like, oh, I want to work in a field that lets me talk to serial killers. And now I'm like, shut up. I don't want to hear a man talk about how he's so interesting because he killed people. You're not interesting. You know what I mean? Like, I used to think that would be so interesting. They're not interesting. You know what I mean?
It takes intentionality, it takes patience, it takes humility to construct something, to reconstruct something, to reimagine something, to build something back up. And that's the work.
Yo, these YouTubers moving away from their mic. He moved away from his mic, so his volume got way lower.
Still doing, I'll be doing for the rest of my life. And I hope that work extends beyond myself, but it extends to the...
No, Chad says, do you think that racist girl that we were watching earlier might have just been curious? Kind of like what would happen if I'm overly racist? No, I don't think that. I could see that. I I could see that for other people. I do think other people want to test the limits, and I do think other people are curious what the backlash will be. And I do think people are lashing out. I don't think for her that she was curious. I think she skipped curiosity. Like, okay, hold on. Like, if I think about that girl's psychology or whatever, let me see. Like, okay. So here's the girl, okay? There's like curiosity. No, oh, I can't spell curiosity. Curiosity. There's introspection. Okay, there's extrospection, which would have been very fucking helpful here. Extrospection. There's rage bait. Rage. God, that's a really bad rage bait. Hold on. Rage girl. Rage bait. Okay. There's money. No, we'll put clout. There's clout. Okay. And I don't, okay, so let's just say we start here. I don't think any of these explain her video. Usually it's clout, rage bait. Usually it's like, oh, curiosity. Usually it's testing, hold on. Testing, okay, testing limits, okay. Testing limits. That's a really common one, actually. That one is the most common one on the internet. Testing limits. Wow, I can't even, hold on. Testing limits. Okay. This one is what most of the gamer bros are doing, right? I just don't see it, her doing this. She's definitely not extrospecting, thinking about how people will take it, even though it looks like she almost is. I don't think she's curious. I don't know. Let me see. Let me scroll up on chat. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, she doesn't seem like a curious person. I agree. Chat says, I don't know, but why? But curiosity for curiosity's sake is like giving disingenuous. I'm just asking questions. Yeah, it feels like a it feels like bad faith, right? Chat says, what do you think someone like Nick Fuentes is doing? Where does he fit in within those? Nick Fuentes, good question, I think Nick is, let's make one for Nick. Because Nick is, he's got a goal. He's very goal-oriented. Nick Fuentes is doing something. I don't know what he's doing because I don't really believe him at face value, but he has a strategy, he has a goal, and he's doing something. There is a goal for Nick. I don't know what it is because like I could just believe the surface level what he says it is, but it doesn't seem like it's really the answer. Maybe the ultimate goal is to be president. I don't know. But he's definitely focused. He's definitely trying. He's aiming for something. Exactly. I think he's really aiming for something, but I don't know what it is. Literally, I don't know what it is. But that racist lady, Lily or whatever, I don't see that. I don't know what her goal is. I can't see it. I don't think she's just testing limits. It feels like not a good enough explanation, right? Something, right? I don't know. It's hard to say, but I think for me, when I see these people and I try to categorize people correctly, like obviously most of the streamer boys on the internet are actually just like feeling the void of their abandoned childhoods, right? Like a lot of these boys are just they were so fucked up as children and they never learned to regulate and they never learned to get better. So the way they filled this void was to find the validation in this thing from the internet. And the internet is just not the place to get it, right? So I think for a lot of the boys, that's where it's coming from. Like, I look at Ye. You've seen Ye's recent and continuous statements of, I'm not bipolar, I'm autistic. I definitely think he's autistic. I definitely think he could be bipolar. It is probably something. But I think more than that, he's not introspecting. He's not extrospecting. He's not meditating. He's not allowing himself to be a serious contender in the world. And that indicates mental health. Your lack of ability, listen to me, all of the stuff I tell you about my parents are very functional. They're very normal. When you interact with them, you would never suspect anything weird about my parents because they're fucking regulated. Okay? They have MAGA beliefs and they're conservative, but they're fucking regulated. You know, they're regulated enough. Okay? They're very, you know what I'm saying? They're very reliable. They're good neighbors. They're helpful to the community. They maintain work. They maintain stability. They feed people. You know what I mean? They're participants in society. Even the crazy shit that comes out of my parents' mouth will never sound as dysregulated as fucking Ye, which indicates something about Ye's experience is probably more unique to the average, which indicates why people might say he's bipolar or why his doctors might say he's bipolar. But even bipolar people that I know are completely fucking functioning. Now they're functioning because they're being introspective, extrospective, they're getting help and they're regulating. So a lot of the bipolar people I know are also vibing, dude. Fun fact, Julia Fox is also bipolar. And Julia Fox is nothing like Ye, even though she's rage baiting. Do you see the difference between the two? Ye does give off a little bit of M-word manic, but I'm not a therapist, psychologist. I don't know these things, right? But like Julia Fox is also bipolar. A lot of people are bipolar and they're not doing Ye actions. What is it about Ye that makes him show up this way in the world? Now, my discourse is Ye a one at this point? Bro, honestly, something, you know, right? Like, yeah, maybe that's the thing. I just don't know what's going on in his brain. I don't know, but kinda, right? Ooh, Chaperone is bipolar. Shout out, you know. Chat says, I think we associate consistency with sanity. And then Chat said, I think consistency is kind of required for sanity. Yeah, like we do it too much because in all aspects it's not fully there. But I think generally you do want consistency, right? Someone says, yeah, but you can also have someone who consistently has symptoms like OCD that harm us. I would really I would say consistency is reliability. And so the reliability allows people to be, you know, to have an expectation of people. Because usually when you go out of character, people go, oh, your consistency has changed. Like the reason I knew my friend was in psychosis was because their pattern of behavior changed. And I was like, hey, dude, you're acting kind of weird. Are you okay? Like their pattern of behavior changed. So I would never have been able to help my friend if I didn't see that as an indicator that something was wrong. But I understand that you have to know a person as an individual to humanize their experiences, to understand if it's like something you need to intervene with or something that's harming them, right? So I understand that too, right? Yeah. Oh, damn, I wish I remembered True Blood. I read the series and I didn't finish the TV. I read the books and then I didn't finish the TV series, but you said the brother is definitely the only one I've seen. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, we can never know like what's really happening within a person until we intimately know them or work with them or see them. But from a distance, we can make a judgment, hopefully out of discernment, that will lead us to a better conclusion about people. Like usually when I see people go off on people in public, they're either Karens or they're having psychosis. And it's interesting that people don't know the difference because of course they don't. Why would they? Right? So we all have to use discernment. This is why I say, like, we're not watching Hassan or any of these streamers, or if people watch me, right? I would love to live in a world where, like, people understood, like, I don't mind if you talk about me, but, like, you know, be thoughtful, I suppose. But it's interesting that the only time people talk about me is like in the most boring way possible. She's running a cult. Boring. Please give somebody do something. You know what I'm saying? I think somebody be interesting. At least I think we're being interesting when we critique Hasan. At least I think we're being honest and compassionate and saying like, hey, bro, go get some therapy. You deserve it. You deserve to get therapy. Get some therapy. And at the same time, I'm allowed to be critical of somebody who has 70,000 people watching them in regards to an election. Why does Hasan get to be just a guy, but Anderson Cooper doesn't get to be? Why does Hasan get to be just a guy, but Piers Morgan doesn't get to be? Why does Hasan get to be just a guy, but any other streamer in any other position of power talking about politics doesn't get to be? Why does Hasan get to be just a guy, but AOC and Bernie Sanders do interviews with him? Why does he get to pretend he was just a guy? Okay, bro, sure.
The idea of building up others, building up the society around me, not just tearing down. But I do think that there has to be some level of like being okay with demolition. And I don't think people are wanting to demolish much of anything because they're afraid that they won't be able to build something back up in its place.
True.
But something better can be built in its place. And so you can do that. There is definitely space in my ideology for the homage of my ancestors, of my heritage, of Black Christians who paved the way for me. This whole idea, even again, y'all doing this weird half deconstruction where Christians are like, I'm Christian before I'm Black. Fam, it is only by the blood of your Black Christian ancestors that you have the freedom to even think that kind of thought.
I like him. You know what I like about him is he said that people are afraid to deconstruct because they think they won't be able to build out of ruins. But the irony is that we know we have our ancestors did it time and time again. We know we can. We've done it time and time again. You know what's interesting about the Hasan being just a guy thing? I think it comes from this idea that YouTubers are still not validated and Twitch streamers are still not validated because people still don't think they're real jobs. And so the streamer gets away with thinking like, I'm just a streamer. My job isn't even that like hard. I don't get to complain about my job. I don't get to be responsible. You're nobody. You're just a streamer. We do it to ourselves. And then at the same time, we have, quote, all of this power. At the same time, we are moving mountains and impacting like culture. Hasan literally says one thing on stream and 1,000 different people are talking about it. Imagine being a person with a microphone where 1,000 different content creators will react the moment you say one sentence and you tell me you're just a guy. Which guy in the neighborhood is just a guy that 1,000 videos, you know what I'm saying? You're not just a guy anymore. That's why when you post online on TikTok and your video goes viral, now you're not just a guy. Now you're a person who made a statement on a public forum and we're debating you. And then that's going to impact people, which is why you have to be careful. I don't know why you all are so, why any of us are so casual just showing up here, except that it's humans are going to human. I feel you. I do it too. I'm like, we are way too casual the way we are posting.
To have the privilege to even think that kind of thought.
Kind of in the same way we're too casual, the things we say at the dinner table, you know, in front of impressionable people.
Because 50 years ago, man, you knew I am Black.
Thank you, chat. They literally had ads featuring Hasan in order to discredit Zoran's run for mayor. Thank you. Exactly. Thank you. I'm just a guy. Oh, are you just a guy? Come on now. Discord said, do you think it's because they did come from nothing, like a scarcity mindset? They're scared to rebuild because it took so much to build this? Yeah, I think so. I think for the same reason it's scary to watch your house burn down. It's like I worked so hard for this thing, and who am I if not this thing that I've built? But that's why I say deconstruction of the self allows you to know you are more than the house, more than your job, okay? More than the things you've collected, more than the money you've earned. Heck, more than the friends you've made. Ironically enough, yes, you are all the things made you, and yet you are more than all these things. You exist outside of all these things. But that's a really difficult thing to understand embodied, right? So I get it.
I am God's child. I'm a Black God's child. I'm God's Black child. That is very clear. And not only is it's not a side point or tertiary thing. It's Black Christians that came before you, that paved the way for you to be Christian in this country, understood their...
Hold on. Chat said also humans are naturally a little lazy and do not want to learn. I would say humans naturally take the easiest way out because it's a really good survival mechanism. I don't subscribe to the construct of laziness. I actually think it's in our natural base level of understanding survival to engage. So I think that's what you meant, right? You said yes. Okay, we're on the same page. The word lazy is very weaponized by the right to discount the struggle of people's experience because they don't think they're lazy, even though they also choose the easiest way out. But like, it's because none of us are lazy. They know that, right?
A relationship to God because of their plight, because of their rooted understanding in the material world of how they've been treated. Man, they were able to understand narratives while the white slave masters were understanding doctrine.
Like, okay, how do you guys feel about this? Because Discord said, I also think capitalism and fascism reduce our imagination power. It's so hard for us to imagine anything that's not a dumpster fire. What do you guys think about this idea? I actually, I'm really privileged. I didn't grow up in a culture that sent money back home. When I learned as a young person that people came to America to make money to send home to their families, I was like, this can't be the answer. But this is a privileged take because I didn't have to do that because I grew up in a family that more or less was like, hey, good luck, everybody. Good luck. And then I am on this part of TikTok now that's like, oh, the house we've been sending money back for, not even built. So your family is scamming you. Some people aren't being scammed, but some of y'all's family members are literally sending money back home for a house that's never going to get built. Because at the end of the day, you're still dealing with your funky uncle. You're still just dealing with your fucking aunt. You're still just dealing with your cousin. Do you know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, you're still just dealing with people. Why do we pedestal our families so big that we think, oh yeah, like it's interesting that you didn't, you know what I mean? Like it's kind of scary raising babies in the universe and being like, you're going to grow up to send money back home to me. I don't think I like that. You know what I mean? I don't think I like that. I don't know. I think I like the idea of helping people to help people. I don't think I like the idea of raising a baby to say like, you better send money back home. I don't know about that. Chess, it's you pointing with your hair is killing me. It's a weapon. It's a weapon, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I think that should be probably deconstructed about like why it's like people who make babies to work on the farm. That's what it feels like. It's giving, you know, you're lucky I feed you, now work for me. So I don't know where it comes from that it's beneficial to people unless you build and live with your community. Because also people are separated from their families, right? Like, you know, parents who like leave home to go make a better life for their families. Yeah, I think I don't think I'm generally a fan of that narrative. I think we either do it all together or we don't separate. I don't know. I think I take a radical stance about not separating children from their parents. Because like, it's like very military coded. Like, I have to join the military to fund this family, so I'm going to leave you for 8 months out of the year. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. And I come from an immigrant background, so our story was different. We just, you know, there was those moments where my grandpa went ahead or my aunties and uncles went ahead. And like, or my mom was like, my grandma was separated from my grandpa. I don't know about that. You know, I'm not sure I understand that perspective a bit. I don't know. I don't know how I like that. You know, Ches says the mindset isn't that you have kids for them to pay for you. What happens is that young adults have more freedom to leave and be ambitious, and they choose to send money to support their family. Yeah, but they're not choosing it, girl. I've been hearing back from these kids. It is not a choice. They want to spend that money on other things, but they feel guilty that their family is struggling, so they send money back home. It's not a choice. It's not like they have excess money. They're working 2 to 3 jobs to send money back home. They're barely making it. Like it's not a choice in these circumstances that I'm talking about. You know what I mean? It like they feel guilty for wanting to keep their money. They feel guilty for having parents who like need them to support them because their parents figured, hey, I had kids. That's what they're for. You know, I'll give you I have relatives who did this. Like I have family and friends who have done this who are like, we can't pay the rent for a while, but like, it's okay. Our kid will do it. Your kid's going to pay your mortgage. Why? Why? Like that is that kid's money, and they're working, and the kid goes, oh yeah, I don't mind. I like it. I like helping my family. Does nobody see a problem with the idea of like, how are you going to be the elder in the community and then turn around and ask your 18-year-old kid to pay mortgage? Like, what are we talking about here? Like, what the fuck went wrong? Like, so your kid can't go party. Your kid can't go hang out. Your kid can't go do things. You know what I mean? So it's just like, what is that? You know? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. You know? You know, Chat says, if I feel like my parents did a great job raising me, I'd be more than willing to give them money. For sure. Like, my parents never felt entitled to my money. I would be more than happy to help my parents out. Right? It's like, if people in my family need money, I'm more than happy to help them out if I have it. If I have it, absolutely. Right? But that's the issue, is like, I'm not going to go get a third job to send you money. That's what's happening. They are getting a third job to send home money. Process that out loud. It's not excess money. It's because their family's like, hey, you're there. You have to send back money. Like, multiple generational curses happened and they're not being broken. You know what I'm saying? Like, many generational traumas happen. Like, would you want to raise a baby like this? If you were going to have a baby, was this how you would want to raise the baby? Feeling so guilty that that baby would have to get a third job and miss out on opportunities to live their life to send money back home to you. You know what I'm saying? You know? Chet says, well, those situations are outliers, but I'm very personally familiar with them from a Mexican perspective. And then another chatter said, same, from a Mexican family, it's expected. You're earning dollars. You need to help the rest who stayed. Why? But why? Like, it sounds nice, right? And romantic. Why? Like, why would you do it? Why did that happen? Why would a baby be born into a world where, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying, why are you doing it? I don't get it. Why is it happening? Why is that the culture? Why do you do it? What's the point of it? What's helpful about it? What disadvantages it come at, right? Right? Chad says, I know a guy from Mexico who works 85 hours a week, 7 days a week, 1 day off every 2 weeks, 900 a week under the table. He sends 750 back home. That's not a choice. That's not a choice. No one should have to work that schedule to send money back home. So, right, we understand people are in bad situations. We understand there's generational trauma. We understand there's infrastructure. We understand that's suffering, right? Do we all agree that's suffering? That is not what we want for people? Are you saying, when you say like, oh, I'm Mexican, this is how it is, are you saying that's good? Or are you saying that's bad? Are you saying that's how it is? Right? Chet said this guy is 28, by the way. Chet says, usually when I see it, it's the idea that it's a collective. I can live at home as long as possible, but contribute to the home. We all have each other's backs. Oh, that's different though. That's nice. Chet said, for Mexicans, I think it's just expected to be okay. So it's not a choice. It's expected of you. So you didn't choose it. So you didn't get to choose it. It's expected. Because if you're all in a collective where you choose together to do it, what happens if somebody wants to leave and do something else? Right? Are you allowed to leave and do something else, or are you kicked out? What if you're like, hey guys, sorry fam, I want to go live in New York. I want to go live in Bermuda. I want to like vibe out. You know what I'm saying? Are they allowed to? Because I like the idea of a collective. I like the idea of all of us chilling together. But if it's not a choice, right? Like, are people in trouble if they don't do it? Are they ostracized? My in-laws stopped sending money back to specific people in Mexico because they were essentially stealing money that was supposed to be for the grandma. Yeah, I see that happen too. Yeah, because like I'm okay with a collective. I think that's cute. All of us together, hanging out, you know? You're just shamed? Okay, so it's not a choice. That sounds like a generational curse we need to break. So it's not a choice. If they have to shame you, then you didn't get to choose it. It's not of your own volition. It's not your joy. Right? Because that's what happens in my bubbles. In my Assyrian bubbles, where this is true for families, they shame you. That's not a choice, right? And I have the same family structures in some of the people in my family where they do a collective. The kids live at home until they're married, even after they're married, but they're shamed if they want to do anything else. They're not allowed to do something else. They're not encouraged to leave home. And their parents go, I can't believe you want to leave me. I love you. I gave you everything. Why do you want to leave me? I miss you. I love you. You're everything to me. I'm always your mother. Stay with me. Girl, somebody's going to need therapy. You know? Chet says, every situation is different. Obviously, it's just a different bubble, but I know that I'll never be without a home because I can always find a place to stay with my family. Yeah, but me too, girl. But without that other consequence, you know? Right? Like, I will always have a home with my family, but that doesn't also require me to send money home, pay my parents' rent, or live at home. I get all of the benefits with none of the guilt. My parents just have a home for all their kids, period, no matter what. No requirements. We love you. Come home whenever. Zero requirements. Just the fact that I'm their daughter is enough. That's the thing, right? So I'm saying, maybe it's just because that's how my family broke their generational curse. My parents, it was a part of their goal to break that generational curse for their kids. We love you. We don't need your money. That is not the requirement for our love. Come home whenever you need. I'll feed you whenever you need. But like, you do not need to stay at home. You do not need to stay here. You do not need to send us money. You know what I mean? So I'm just wondering, you know? Chat said, Discord said, a lot of my real life friend group is Mexican. It's expected. It's not a choice. They usually get guilted tripped into giving money. Chat says, I was shocked in high school when I found out my Mexican friends were expected to work to support the family instead of working to have their own money. Discord said that last one hit so close to home. Damn. Chat said, I'm more aware of my husband sending money back to their wives and kids in Mexico. Husband sending money back to their wives and kids in Mexico. So it would be crazy if they wouldn't send money. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense too. If like it's, you know, you're sending, you know what I mean? That makes sense. Yeah. Chet said another guy I know, 25, is only doing it because he has two younger sisters under 10 and his parents use them against him. Like, come on. Yeah, that sounds not good. Chet says the reason why since you're not there in person to be an active community member, then sending money is seen as how you can stay an active member. That makes sense. I think that could make sense. But like in this economy, who has extra fucking money? Do you know what I'm saying? In this economy, how are you affording it? Wouldn't your family feel bad in this economy being like, hey, do you, like, nobody, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just feels like, yes, but also like, are other people sending you money? Here's the question. Are you being sent money? Who's home? Sending money back home? Who's the home? Who's the home? Is somebody sending me money? Like, you know what I mean? Like, who's the hub? Who are we sending money to? I used to mom and dad. But like, hey, mom and dad, how much money you got to get before it's too much, bro? How much you guys sending your parents, bro? You know what I mean? This feels like the reverse of finding out your friends are getting their rent paid by their parents. This feels like the reverse, finding out your friends are paying their parents' rent. This literally feels like the reverse. Like you're paying your parents' rent, or like you're having your parents pay your rent. You know what I mean? It feels shocking either way. I'm like, my parents they don't pay my rent. You know what I mean? But also I don't pay my parents' rent. But that doesn't mean they haven't helped us out. That doesn't mean we haven't helped us out. It doesn't mean my mom hasn't helped me out with rent or I haven't helped her out with stuff. It doesn't mean we don't help each other out. It just means it's not expected. Because we're our own people. You know what I mean? But we always have each other's back for emergencies. Emergencies. But if you're in a chronic cycle of emergency for 10 generations, that's a curse, my friends. You know? That's a curse. Chet said, I'm 28 and I still live with my mom because my dad cheated on her and left her with nothing. We are immigrants and I'm all she has and she's so toxic for my life. Please don't be me. Oh, girl, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. See, that's another thing, right? It's like our parents, like I meet so many teenage parents where like, and this happens to partners who stay at home or partners who are abandoned, is they don't know how to make it in the world, which is why I don't inherently believe like if you are not working, you better be keeping up, girl, because you might need a job tomorrow, right? That's sad, bro. Chess said, are you first generation? Me, I'm second generation, right? Second generation is born of immigrants in a country, right? First generation is people who come to a country. First generation immigrant. I'm second generation. I was born in America. But will I be a first generation immigrant to Croatia? Will I be the first immigrant? I will. I think I'll be the first person in my family to immigrate to Europe. Look at me following in my parents' footsteps. Them leaving their country, me leaving mine. But then I'm going to be a dual citizen, which they don't even pay attention if they can. Like my parents, they don't even know. Like I asked them one time, like, are you a citizen of Iraq? They're like, I don't know. And I was like, what? What do you mean? Of course you are, right? You were born there. They're like, we don't give a fuck. We're never going back. That's my parents. They don't give a fuck. Versus I'm like, I am a U.S. citizen girl. And I will be a Croatian citizen, fingers crossed, if they accept me. And I will be both. You know what I mean, girl? I'm going to be both. Yeah. Anyways, with peace and love to your families, girls, I wish you all the best, truly, with all of my being. I hope you're living life to the fullest, and I hope your family is too. And I wish you all freedom and joy and not having to work 80 hours a week to send money back home, because that's crazy. Chad said, Brittany, I think you count as first generation. No, every time I said I was first generation my whole life, people corrected me and said, I don't think so, girl. I think it's... Because, okay, I used to call myself first generation and people used to correct me like, Brittany, you can't be a first generation. Hold on, let's look it up. Because now I'm confused. Okay? Because I used to get corrected when I would say that. First generation is foreign born. Second generation is native born. No, I'm second generation. Yeah, I am second generation by this quick Google search. So my parents would be first. The first generation consists of individuals who move to a new country, while their children born in that country to at least one foreign parent would be second generation. So I am second generation in America and first generation in Europe. Yes? Yeah, I think that's what it is. You right? Because I used to call myself first generation when I moved here because that's what my parents would call themselves. But then people were like, oh, so you were born outside the country? And I was like, no. They'd be like, oh, I don't think you're first generation. Yeah. Also, guys, I don't have the spoons to watch the last two videos I wanted to cover. We're going to have to watch them tomorrow. We're going to have to finish this video out and watch them tomorrow, girl. We talk too much. You talk too much. If we had a get together, the barbecue would never end. If we were all getting together, the Middle Eastern goodbye, the West Asian goodbye would last 12 days. We would literally be talking into the next day. We would never end the event, bro. Okay? Let's fucking do this, girls. Let's get through this video. It's so good so far. Let's finish it.
I learned this as I was in seminary, man. White people were trashing my black heritage, and I was going along with it. Like, yeah, man, that black church stuff, man, we need to learn doctrine. Meanwhile, black people have always been understanding God, not simply through doctrine, because they didn't have time for all that. They weren't allowed into the conservative seminaries that had highfalutin.
Wait, hold on. Damn it. My Discord said immigration, first generation American means two things. Either a person who was born in the U.S. to parents who are not, or a person who is a naturalized citizen of the country being immigrated from another. Oh, so I guess it's context-based?
Doctrine or whatever, we learn it through story, through narrative.
Ooh, true.
Doctrine or whatever, we learn it through story, through narrative. Through existential moments of, man, oh, when I read about a God who came to save the poor and to liberate the enslaved, yes. Now, all that high talk about the hypostatic union.
Hold on. Chad said, I think it's a big cultural difference. I have friends who are East Asian where a part of finding a partner finding a partner is making sure they get along with their parents. It's necessary because they will live together one day. Okay, but hear me out, girls. I'm from this bubble and I'm from a West Asian bubble. I understand raising kids thinking you are going to take care of parents. I'm not opposed to the idea of taking care of your parents, but pause. Raising children, knowing from birth they have no choice, is not liberation. Raising children in loving homes in which out of joy they take care of their parents is. Because I also nannied for families that were Asian and they said, oh, our parents bought us this house because they're going to live in it one day. And I was like, oh, do you like that? They're like, well, I mean, it's my parents and they did buy us this house. And I was like, yeah, but do you want that? Do you want to live with your parents Is this what I don't want to live with my parents, but my plan is to literally be able to afford a place for them or to care for them because I don't want to live in the same house as them, even though I love them. I think we would not get along. And that goes for my in-laws. Like I told my mother-in-law, like we're going to get you a place and we will figure it out where like you don't have to live with us because we love you, but like I want to have sex on my kitchen counter. So I love you, but I want to walk naked around my house and we're not like that. I love you, but like I'm going to need some privacy. Okay? I love you, but like it's not about the money. It's not about spending time with you. And I told her, I was like, we're going to have to find a place with like a mother-in-law suite in the backyard. Okay. Like I love you, but like also, okay. Like realistically here, I'm not about to, you know what I mean? What, I can't throw a BDSM party because my mother-in-law lives with me? Girl deserves her own space too. What about her? She deserves her own space. Okay. It just feels crazy to me that we're not thinking about like giving people privacy, you know? But if you don't want to, that's okay. But to raise your child with this idea that they never had a choice, I think is ultimately the problem. But I think it's beautiful to help your parents. I think it's beautiful to help your family. I think it's beautiful to always have a couch to sleep on, right?
And all that stuff. Like I hear you. And there's this bias to think that that's somehow the narrative.
Also, guys, when I keep saying all I'm thinking about is retirement, this is what I mean. I'm thinking about who am I going to have to house. So believe me when I say I understand that some of my money will be used to take care of family. Not out of obligation. And maybe I never reach the financial security to actually help my family, but I will aim to do this. My goal is, when I think of retirement, what happens if at least 3 of the people in my life need a house? Okay? What if they get Alzheimer's? What if they get dementia? So please hear me when I say this. My retirement plan includes taking care of family. Not as an obligation, not a guarantee, but as a, if I can, I will. And I'm going to work really hard to be able to. But I just cannot guarantee what the outcome of my life will look like. And so I'm going to need you to do your half of the labor to pull yourself up as a community in your own way for your own sake. But I will keep you in mind, as I assume you will keep me in mind. But realistically, girl, let's be so for real. We all have a sibling that's just not pulling their weight. And that's going to really fucking feel like a burden when that sibling's like, hey, could I live with you? Well, probably not in my house where you will disrupt my marriage. But now I have to decide how to fund this person. Okay? It's like, yeah, your parents are those same thing for a lot of people. A lot of people don't even talk to their family. You know what I mean?
The narrative, story-driven theology, understanding of God is somehow inferior to this Western 1 + 1 = 2 systematic approach to understanding God. Man, Black people in this country have understood God through relationship and story and narrative.
Love a story, love a narrative. Chet says, are you aiming for one big house? No. Everyone moves into? Absolutely not. Or a bunch of little houses? Not even that, girl. I am not trying to make a commune. I'm talking about 1 or 2 siblings. I'm talking about my mother-in-law. I'm talking about, you know what I mean? My 3 favorite siblings. Every other sibling can figure it out with somebody else. Good luck, bitch. Okay, I've got the 3 favorite siblings. Everybody else figure it out. That's what I'm thinking of, okay? And they are doing their work. They're working full-time jobs. They're educated. They're working within their fields. They're doing something with their life. So hopefully if they ever need help, they'll also have a savings. They'll have maybe a property to sell. They'll have investments. You know what I mean? We're all doing it ourselves. You're right. B word. Okay. They'll all be contributing until we all retire. And then it's like, okay, who needs help? Because you don't know who's going to get sick. We don't know who's going to get sick. So everybody has somebody, like, you know, when you're in camp and you get paired up with a person, it's kind of like that. Okay. Like we all kind of get paired up with people. And that's how I think about it. But I can't also guarantee I'll have the money. I can only aim to have it. There is no guarantee. There's only the aim. And that will make me more responsible. And that will tell us as a family, okay, this goes into the budget. But all my siblings, if they never need that help, great. I'll spend the money on somebody else. But if they need it, do you get what I'm saying? Does that kind of make sense? It's not guaranteed. Just like nothing is. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. But these families that say, no matter what, I'm going to live with you. that would make me feel crazy. That would make me want to die. To be like, it's not your choice. That's our culture. I'm going to live with you. It's like, oh, like, you know, what does that mean? What do you mean? Like, it's not my choice? And it's like, that's, you know what I mean? That's hard for me. I also was raised by parents who were like, they didn't teach me that way. They don't like that either. So I'm also a product of my parents' relationship, right?
It has been very existential, and blood has been shed like their savior so that you could have the liberty and freedom and privilege and naivety to say some bullshit like, I'm Christian before I'm black. I'm not making an idol out of my skin. Fam. All I'm saying is be okay with the prospect of letting it all go. Knowing that, being confident that, and I can say this with confidence, even in my agnostic state, that the spirit of the one, the thing, the person that has held you all this time is not going to let you go in the process of you letting go. And I've not lost my mind completely. I have in some ways, and I've returned, and you return to this idea of goodness and purpose and justice, all the things, the themes that carried you through before, they're going to be there. They're going to be there. You can let it all go, fam. Don't make an idol out of the Bible. Don't make an idol out of doctrines, gospels that they told you were supposed to believe, or else out of rules and regulations that they set up so that you could have a direct path to heaven while everything goes to shit here. I have more to say on this, but I just wanted to lay that foundation because, man, there's a lot of great people, a lot of great thinkers, a lot of great speakers, a lot of great motivators in the Black church that, man, if you would open your eyes, you could be doing some real God work.
This is a really interesting video.
Work. You gotta let go of that fear of what it'll cost you.
He's interesting. I really like him. I'm gonna subscribe. This is Flights and Feelings with Joseph Solomon. I'm gonna link it. You know what I find interesting about him is I can't quite tell exactly where his bubble is from or where he's exactly from, but he's told me so much about himself. I like the way he talks. I like the words he says. I like his, he says all of the good words, and he also has all of the good understanding, which is so fascinating to me. But he's talking to it seems like he's talking to his Black community, the Black bubbles he was born into, but he's, oh, see, Black and atheist here. Glad I found my people. Yeah, that's the feeling. I feel like he's, yeah, he's interesting. I like his, to be honest though, my algorithm is sending me a lot of Black atheists lately. Yeah, I've been getting a lot of Black atheists, and I've been enjoying the fuck out of the content. Oh my God, I have been enjoying the absolute fuck out of the content. And a big part of it is just there's so many parallels when you leave religion in America. And there's just so much there that's so nice to hear from people, especially when you grow up in a culture that's so religious and everything about their ethnicity is religious. And I was watching a video the other day about Assyrian versus Chaldean, because I come from the Chaldean sect of Assyrian, but Chaldeans, especially in Detroit, or not Detroit, but anywhere in that region, I guess you could say Detroit, but it's also other places in Michigan, they really struggle being seen as Assyrian. The reason I say I'm Assyrian is because that's my ethnicity. And I am, yes, from the sect of Assyrians that are Chaldean, but ultimately, Chaldean is a representation of Catholicism. That's what the word is meant to represent. It's a representation of the religiosity, not the ethnicity. So the reason, my family doesn't tell people they're Assyrian, they go, we're Chaldean. But you're Assyrian. You keep saying, so I watch a lot of Assyrian content creators talk about this struggle of getting Chaldeans to be comfortable identifying as Assyrian, not as a rejection of Catholicism or their relationship to the church, but out of embracing the fact that Chaldean is, they're more than Chaldean, they're also Assyrian. It's also to destigmatize, I think, associating with Arab culture, because Chaldeans don't consider themselves Arabs. And some Assyrians don't consider themselves Arabs, even though in the Iraqi not consensus, the Iraq, what's that called when they do the forms? Their Assyrians are considered Arab, but then there's a confusion about it. And the stigma of being Arab, even though it's just Arabic speaking, my dad speaks Arabic. My dad writes Arabic. Okay, census, thank you. The conundrum of being Arab is also the association of being Muslim, and therefore being not right with God, because Catholicism is the right with God. So Chaldeans don't want to be known as Arab because it defies their relationship with what they think Arab is, which is Muslim. And so there's like there's all this division in our communities that's like needs to be deconstructed. And so I think I've really been enjoying the Black Atheists because it feels very relatable, I think, for some reason. Well, I guess for obvious reasons. You know, okay, guys, I'm out of spoons. We had such a good conversation today, but I think my brain fog is just eating my brain away today. So I'm going to end it here, but tomorrow we'll catch up on the videos we missed, a few other videos I had lined up. And thank you for being here. Great conversation. Thank you for going back and forth with me in chat a few times there. It took us a second, but I think we got there. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciated it. And I will see you again tomorrow. Okay, be kind to yourselves, be kind to others. And yeah. Good times, good stream, girls. I liked it. It was good. I think we did it. It was good. It was good. Okay, see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.